Ooh, hello, chat. Hello. How are you doing today? Hello. Hello, Squanchy. Hello, Mateen. Hello, Pandering. How are you all doing? Hopefully, account progress is going good. Let me just double check our Discord here, see how we're doing. See how we're going on account reviews. I think we're like fully caught up, I think. I think we're fully caught up. I lied, we're not. I lied. Ready for bed, TBH? Then get some sleep, man. Hey, Momo. All right, how you doing today? I'm very, just mentally exhausted for just no apparent reason. But it'd be like that. Spent the last 2 weeks getting as many 5-star cards without losing my mind, so I'm happy. And just tossed everybody in lab for 2 days. Went from 80ish to 300 and everybody. Nice. There was a new Idleon streamer before you today, and he had a majestic beard. Wow, so what you're saying is my beard isn't majestic? Damn, bro. That's fucking criminal. Insulting me to my face. Absolutely criminal. Be lurking then? All good, Squanch. You go get some sleep, my man. You go get some sleep. Red with beard? Oh god. Don't bring the curse shit into this. My god. My god, don't do that to us. Prime Sports is live streaming a football game? Oh, it is. Look at that. That's kind of crazy. Hmm. There's also majestic. I can make it worse. It's already cursed. I mean, you could double down, but there's no guarantee it's gonna be as shit posty as before. But it looks like we do have one account review that we do have to do. And that is give the asset. You have the assets. It's 2 images. What do you mean? You did the asset, didn't you? It's a banana. Oh, I thought fucking for whatever reason it was yours. All right, I'll fetch it to you later, and you can have the cursed one. But for now, you need to get some sleep. Okay, Squirrel is a YouTube connection. Okay. Yeah, go get yourself some sleep, my man. No sense in suffering out here. So what's this new streamer like? Fill me in though, Mateen. Apparently majestic beard. Am I losing the market share again? Am I losing the market share on the Idleon streaming side of things? Am I about to go irrelevant? Think I'm making a new tuber now that I'm better with Photoshop? I mean, I sent you these assets, I'm fairly certain. So feel free to have a crack at it. But this weekend for sure, I need to upload all the account reviews that are in the backlog. So all reviews so that we'll have a backlog all the way through December. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. No, you aren't losing. That's crazy. That is fucking crazy, though. But I am glad to see other people coming back to the streaming of the platform. It's been oh so lonely. Oh so lonely streaming on this platform. Oh so lonely. Hey, welcome on in. Hey, little, how you doing? But no, that's always good. We've got some fun things today. We got one review today we got to do. Just one. And then hopefully we're going to be finishing up Old World Blues. So that'll be interesting. I've been around lately. Fair enough. Life always takes precedent. That's my motto. Life always takes precedent. I mean, God, that's probably going to end up being me here in a short bit of time. Once I get confirmation on some shit, there's going to be some pretty major changes to the whole enterprise that we are doing. So that'll be interesting. But I don't have concrete timelines yet, so not as big of a deal just this moment. Just know there's going to be some big changes IRL that I've got to take care of. Oh, the wife's back home. But yeah, we're gonna have a very chill stream today. Very chill stream today. Hopefully, we'll have enough recorded footage to finish up Old World Blues, get that done, and if that is the case, well, we're doing Peak tomorrow with Bath anyway, so it's not really a big deal. But we do need to set up, or I need to set up a poll for the next series they're going to be working on, whether that's more Old World Blues, maybe we do some Stalker 2 shit. You know, it really, really kind of depends on how the community pans out. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I've got plenty of fucking games we can just be doing. Plenty of fucking games. Frostpunk 2 could be fun to do. God, we got Baldur's Gate 3 we could do. We could do some Baldur's Gate 3 roguelike mod shit. Some Tale of Two Wastelands, some Stalker Gamma. There's so much crap out there that we could play. Absolutely. So plenty of choice. I guess is a good way to put it. Plenty of choice. It just really comes down to what chat and the community in general would like to see content-wise. But overall, it does seem that the Enclave Reborn videos have been doing quite well. So that is good to see. Though, obviously, some of them are a bit below standards, but that's fine. I will say, yeah, they're definitely pretty solid. So definitely thinking about doing that some more and just kind of expanding our Paradox content at some point. So we'll have to see about that. But that's all future stuff. So not that big of a deal. But seems like everything's been going well for all you folks on the lovely side of the screen. Hopefully everything hasn't gone to complete shit. That you're surviving out there, eating, making sure to drink water. You know, the kit and caboodle, folks. The kit and caboodle. Ugh. But, hey, Davey. Welcome on in, my man. Welcome on in. Doing my best. I forget way too often. That's not good. Try your best not to forget. Set some alarms if you need to. No sense in suffering. Because you will suffer. Still more guild gifts, I think. Put another level into that. Last week, trying to make this CNC, which is older than me, work. I mean, that's just old machinery. It takes blood sacrifices to get any of it to work. 9 times out of 10, if you nick your finger on like an old Windows machine, it'll just suddenly work. It'll have no problem. Old machines are finicky little bastards that just seem to operate off of blood sacrifice and suffering. And that's just simple as. But it's one of those what can you do moments. What can you do? Such is life. Old machines must have their own personality that you must appease. Yeah, exactly. They've all got their own machine spirits. It's simple as. It's really simple as. But still, at the end of the day, tech is tech. If you have half a brain cell, you can usually make it work. It's not typically as restrictive as like some even modern machines are a lot more restrictive in what you can and cannot do and how things break and a way to repair them compared to some of the older stuff you see out there in the world. Here's a fun, scary fact for you. Most elevator systems, and I mean most elevator systems, probably have a computer sitting somewhere in either the mechanical room or in a small data rack in the building that's probably running Windows XP or Windows 98. And they have never bothered to upgrade it because the software for those elevators has long since died. In the end, I found out a breaker for the vacuum pump was tripped, and I had to flip it back. That makes sense. Hello, wife. Hello.
I didn't get my normal. You walked in and come say hi to me.
I didn't hear you come in. I just heard their footsteps, and I know that wasn't 3
Your
cats.
ring camera didn't go off for you?
I have them silenced.
Mm.
Oh.
Hi.
Did you get your nails done?
Yes.
Yeah, you gonna come over here and let me see, or no?
Let me turn the light on.
Sure. Very nice.
Great fall.
Yes. Congratulations, you work at Starbucks.
Just because
Yes.
I like pumpkin flavored stuff does not mean I like pumpkin spice lattes. I'm not that white.
You yourself say I'm Walmart white.
I've never said Walmart white. Never have said that.
You literally took offense when I mentioned it when I was in Arizona.
I am in Walmart white is a very secular part of the U.S. from small towns
Uh-huh.
that Walmart white is hillbillies cracked up on methamphetamine is Walmart white.
Mm-hmm.
I've never once taken drugs like that ever in my life. And I've never once thought it's a good idea to show up wearing really, really tight shorts that make your ass hang out.
I do.
Not anymore.
She's Midwest white, not Valley Girl white.
Facts.
She's Trevor White, not Michael White. You got that backwards. That's Tweaker White. You got that in the backwards. Anyway. I eat burritos consisting of chicken and cheese.
You need burritos consisting of chicken and cheese?
No, I ate my burrito of chicken and cheese out of our cold cuts.
Oh, the burrito from yesterday?
No, the cold cuts in a fridge.
Oh, that's not burrito. That's just
You used tortilla, and I wrapped it like a burrito.
It's a wrap.
Fuck off.
It's a wrap.
It's not a wrap.
It's a wrap.
Okay, I'm about to fuck with you then. Then if we're having this argument, we're having this argument now. What you're going to explain to me is...
Yes, smoking pot in the basement white. It's not methamphetamine white. There's a difference.
Okay. You cannot counter my point. You cannot counter this point that I'm about to drop on you. Every single food in the world breaks down into soup, into a sandwich.
Go on.
Oh, what is it? Or a salad.
Mm-hmm. What do you call a pot roast dinner?
That's a soup.
Nope.
That's a soup.
How is it a soup?
Do you not baste your pot roast?
You don't baste it.
But it inherently creates soup.
It's roasted.
Right, and then you put the juices over your pot roast, right?
Not inherently, no.
The mere act of pot roast is... I'm...
It's not, no.
What about lasagna? Lasagna's a sandwich. It's pasta, which is inherently a grain that is layered between other things.
No. Lasagna is lasagna.
How is meatloaf soup? No, meatloaf's a sandwich.
How is meatloaf a sandwich?
It is meat encompassed.
By what?
A pan. Therefore, it's a sandwich in a pan.
No. What is one of the most key functions of a sandwich?
It's not that... It's broader than you think.
No. Yep. The key function of a sandwich, William, the key function of a
sandwich... No, I'm
no.
dying on this hill.
It requires a grain substance on the outside.
No.
Yes, it does.
So, no. Here's the thing. If I take ham...
Uh-huh.
If I take ham and cheese and tomato, and I take 2 pieces of lettuce, it is inherently a sandwich.
No.
Yes, it is. No. You can't fucking argue with me on this.
No, I can't. I can look at you dead in your eyes and tell you you're wrong. You're overthinking.
Nope, I'm not wrong.
You're overthinking again.
Nope.
You're making things too complicated.
No, I'm simplifying it down into 3 categories.
It's not simplifying. No, because the process that you're doing is simplifying it is complicating it even more.
It's just breaking it down.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
Complicating the shit out of it is what you're doing. And
okay, then.
And it's a level of complexity.
A quesadilla is a sandwich, and you cannot tell me otherwise.
A quesadilla
is a sandwich. It is inherently a grain with something in between it, because you yourself have said, on top of something else. It is basically a Mexican grilled cheese, which is inherently a sandwich.
No, it's a taco.
How's it the fuck a taco?
It's a taco.
How is it a taco?
It's a taco.
It's not a taco. A taco's a fucking sandwich.
It's a flat taco.
It's a fucking sandwich. Okay, let's agree. It's a taco. What's a taco? It's a sandwich.
No.
A taco is a sandwich.
A taco is a hot dog.
What's a hot dog?
It's encompass. It's
a hot dog is a fucking sandwich.
No, it's encompass. Okay, so things are broken. It's not a sandwich. Okay, things are broken down. So the reason why I say it's a hot dog because a hot dog has bread on 3 sides.
A hot dog has 1 side.
No,
it's one consecutive plane. It's a fucking cylinder.
No.
It's
hot dog is a taco. Hot dog
no, yeah, because David's the best source of truth.
A hot dog is a taco. You cannot get that away from me. No, hot dog is a taco.
A hot dog is a taco, sure. A taco and a hot dog are both sandwiches.
No.
This a fucking hot dog is not a cube. It does not have different sides. It has one face.
No.
It has one continuous face.
Nope, it does have sides. It does have sides.
No, it fucking
You know
doesn't.
why?
Why?
Cylinders still have
Cylinders have one side and two faces. That's a different thing.
Two sides. Thank you very much. Two sides. A top and a bottom, and then the outside of it is
That's one side.
It's one plane. I agree with you. It's one plane. However, the top of it and the bottom of it are fucking flat.
I have never had a fucking hot dog that is touching the ends of my fucking hot dog. That's besides the point. It's a fucking sandwich. It's a sandwich.
No, William, what this all boils down to is you are a type 1 rage baiter.
I am not a type 1 rage baiter.
You absolutely
No.
are. You,
No.
not only are you a rage baiter,
What about a scone? A scone is a sandwich. It's breading with something inside of it. And even a plain scone that you open up is inherently a sandwich. It's a grain.
no, a scone is not a sandwich.
A scone is a sandwich.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No. The scones you have here that they cut in half, they put the jelly and the
Even
butter on.
even an individual scone is a sandwich.
No, it's not a sandwich.
How?
You know why it's not a sandwich?
Why is it not a sandwich?
Because you're eating the entire fucking scone. You're not putting anything in between it. Therefore, it's a fucking piece of bread. It's a biscuit. It's a fucking biscuit. And that is not a sandwich. Because that needs to have more than just the biscuit. More than it. It is a fucking...
I am eating the space between things.
No,
It is a fucking sandwich.
It's not a sandwich.
What about a cinnamon roll? A cinnamon roll is a sandwich. It's multiple consecutive layers of breading with basically like sauce on it. You can't by default group grains as a sandwich? Absolutely. Watch me. Let's get a tier list going. Yes, a hot dog is a sandwich. Thank you, Mateen. Thank you. Oh, God. What did you send me, Bath? Oh, fuck you. You wizard. A plain hot dog is a sandwich. Yes! Just a sausage. Hold on. We're pulling this up. Where is it? Okay, where's the hold on? Where's the visualization here? Where's the visualization here? Give me a second. I'm going down this rabbit hole. Where's the fucking sandwich? What about a steak? Technically. Technically, a steak would be a salad. Because it's a meal that consists of just, like, varieties. So, like, it's one specific thing. You know what I mean? Like, arguably, Jell-O's in this weird middle ground where it's both a soup and a salad. Because at one point, it is a soup and then transforms into a salad. Except salads has things in it. That's not true. If I take a head of lettuce and put it in a bowl, it's a salad. A salad is a very broad topic here. Very, very broad topic here. And I would like to point out, under the federal or under the State Department of Taxation and Finance by the New York State, it identifies that a hot dog is a sandwich. I would like to point that out. Haven't logged in for a week. Best night of my life. Valid take, Kane. Welcome in. We're having an argument about sandwiches. Okay? A hot dog or sausages on buns or rolls under New York State Department of Taxation and Finance are a sandwich. You're gonna flame? Okay, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be very interesting. Okay, we're gonna have this debate. Well, let me turn down the music here. Yes. It is officially stated under the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance Taxpayer Guidance Guide that sandwiches are subject to taxes and defines a hot dog or sausages on buns as a sandwich. What about an omelet? An omelet is a salad. An omelet is a salad. Okay, then I'm going to defend my point that an omelet is a salad. What constitutes a salad? A salad is a dish that is either a medley or a primary of ingredients. An omelet is a medley of ingredients and constitutes a salad. Okay, I will point you to the Merriam. I will now point you to the Merriam-Webster's dictionary definition. Okay, I'm reading Merriam-Webster's version, and it says small pieces of food such as pasta, meat, fruit, or vegetables, usually mixed with a dressing, such as mayonnaise, or set in gelatin. Usually mixed. It constitutes thereof. Every food in existence is a melody or saltary of ingredients. Correct. Thank you, Mateen. Mateen's backing me up on this. The USDA defines hot dogs as a sandwich. And you're going to tell me the USDA is wrong? Excuse me? A salad can be cooked? Absolutely. If I have a chicken Caesar salad, am I eating raw chicken? Right, but my chicken's been cooked. That doesn't matter. I can have fucking gazpacho soup, and I can have gazpacho soup, and that's served cold. You can be served cold food. The cube rule. Okay, hold on. Okay. We're bringing this in. Okay, hold on. Where's She's right. Now, all right, we're whipping out the cube rule. We're whipping out the cube rule here, okay? So this is another thing. We're whipping out salad theory here as well. So let me explain to you salad theory, all right? So salad theory comes down to a set of math, okay? It's called ingredient entropy, right? This is the mathematical component that determines a soup or a salad. What agency is going to make this official? It is a hosting access with valid math. Okay, all sandwiches are salads. They just haven't been tossed yet. Typically, they have a low soupiness coefficient unless the sandwich is soggy. This makes sense, okay? Fair little. I still stand by that it's an alternative definition, therefore grouping. Okay? Like, technically, if we're following this logic here, pizza is considered a salad. Pizza is a salad. It's not. It's a salad. Explain to me the difference. Okay, well, then you need to counter my point. Is a taco an untossed salad or not? No. Is it a salad or not? That's the question. I'm asking if it's a salad or not. Why is it not a salad? Okay, so what the fuck is taco salad then, huh? What's a taco salad? It's still a salad. It doesn't matter if it's a white person thing or not. It's the definition of a salad. You're losing this argument here. It is a salad. A Coke with ice is a salad. Counter that. No, yes, but the Coke in and of itself is a dressing or a broth because it consists of multiple ingredients with the ice being the subject. Yep, I'm right. A, a salad is not a food component. You can't just say, oh yes, salad. Entire segments from your list that you're even referencing. Well, trust me, I'm aware. We haven't gone over the full thing. If we want to get into, let's talk about arrangement entropy. Look, we're looking at the salad alignment here. Okay, we're looking at the salad alignment here. Okay, here's the counter ravioli. Ravioli is inherently a pasta dish that contains something in it. Therefore, is in the same lines as a burrito. A burrito is inherently a sandwich. How is that no? How are you going to tell me ravioli isn't on the same lines? Says you can grill a salad. Thank you, Mateen. A bowl of ice is a salad. I agree that a bowl of ice is a salad. No. No, you started this. Yeah. Way easier way. There are easier ways to get divorced as well. Just saying. Oh, we're going to court for this. Why are you getting divorced? She won't acknowledge that a ravioli's a sandwich. Yes, it is. How is it not a sandwich? Okay, what's a calzone? It's a sandwich. How is a calzone not a sandwich? Okay, where's the cube rule? Hold on, where's the cube rule? I have that. I had that image somewhere. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, so here's the cube rule. It's a calzone, right? Okay. So, given it encompasses it, it is in the same family as toast, as sandwiches, as tacos, as quiches, and as sushis. Was a chocolate? What's a chocolate bar? It's inherently a solidified soup. Chocolate is 100% solidified soup. You absolutely can't eat solid soup. So's the fucking ocean, but I don't. And technically, that's a soup. If it's solid, it's solid. Right, but chocolate doesn't start solid. The cocoa bean starts as a fine powder and then is processed with milk to become chocolate. That's every single fucking matter. H2O2 is solid matter. Water has mass. It's inherently a solid, yes, but in liquid form. It's the same fucking thing. And so is water, but it has mass. You displace mass. And does liquid not have mass? Okay, so if I boil water, is it a soup? Thank you, Mateen. Thank you, Mateen. I've got a man in my corner. Thank you. How is there soup a casserole? That's like saying, yeah, okay. Explain to me the difference between an ice cube and solid soup and how an ice cube is not a casserole, but solid soup is. Okay, but you need to admit that ice is also a casserole then. What is the difference between ice and soup? Everything's full of things. Everything's full of things. Okay, then you will concede under that logic that blood is soup. So, by that logic, it is a casserole when frozen. I mean, it's unedible. Not really. Blood sausage is pretty damn good. Blood's blood. Made this soup less than 24 hours ago, just took it out of the fridge. Yes, soup can become solid or solidify, most commonly when chilled in a refrigerator due to the presence of gelatin and fats from animal products or starches and ingredients. A change in state does not dictate a change in the substance, though. Like, if I freeze water, it's still water. Less than a gallon of blood is enough to kill a man? Good to know. I'll have to write that down. How's it going? It's going well, Ben. Ben, I've got a question for you. And this will give you VIP. Okay? Ben, listen to me. Oh, you vanished apparently. Clearly. Do I not have you on here? Ben, listen to me. Listen to me, bud. Oh, apparently I just don't have you on this screen. Hold on. Okay, so Ben, this is the root of it. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Was correct in this as my dad was a physics professor. Thank you, Mateen. Is a hot dog a sandwich, Ben? Shut up, Cramore. I need to know Ben's answer here. Coming to pivotal time. A hot dog is not a fucking taco. It's a fucking sandwich. It's a sandwich. Technically, it is something on a bun between two pieces of bread. It makes it feel like a sandwich. Thank you, Ben. You've won your VIP. I stand by my statement. A hot dog is a sandwich. Apparently, I can't give rolls right now because Twitch is having issues. That's great. Good times. No, a hot dog is a sandwich, and a taco is a sandwich. That's fact. That's fact. It's an open faced sandwich. Thank you. A taco is a sandwich. Okay, and a quesadilla is a sandwich, which you yourself has just been an unfolded taco. It is not a taco. I'll die on this hill. I'm not. I'm dying on this hill. All right, stream's over. Taco isn't sandwich. It's technically one bread, and we can't agree with that one. So what it's basically coming down to, is we need to agree on how it dictates the definition of a sandwich in terms of bread to side ratio. That's what this is coming down to. Yeah? Okay. I don't disagree with you. Pizza's also a salad. Obamacare says it's a salad. I'm gonna go make a roast beef sandwich now. Thanks for the inspiration. Good man, Ben. You'll get your VIP whenever the fuck I can do rolls again, apparently. Because apparently I can't give rolls right now because roll manager is just toast. Legally, tacos and sandwiches are distinct as of 8 years ago in a lawsuit between Subway and the United States government. Do you have the case number for that? I need to see the case number on this. How about you just no? I have permission to give VIPs anyways. Yeah, mods can't give rolls, and roll manager is just dead in the water. So, hold on. Maybe it's my ad block doing it. No, it's not my ad block doing it. What the fuck's the issue? Oh, I guess I'm trying on Chrome. That's so fucking weird. Thanks, Twitch. May 13, 2024, a judge in the Island Supreme Court in Indiana issued an order that concludes that tacos and burritos are sandwiches in the eyes of the law. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Where, let me pull this up. Yeah, look at that. In the Library of Congress. Is a taco a sandwich? Let's see. Agrees that Quinta that tacos and burritos are Mexican style sandwiches. I was right. I knew I was right. Oh yeah, no, Twitch is just like fully cooked. I can't access any of the rolls right now. See if you can try on your son. I think Twitch is like cooked. So, that being said, we now have identified that a taco is a sandwich, as is a burrito. Thus, so is a quesadilla. The court says, the United States Supreme Court says, yes, tacos and burritos are Mexican style sandwiches right here. See, that's a state thing. That's a state thing, Mateen. I prefer to go the higher courts. And this is as of 2024. That precedent was overturned in 2006. Are you talking about the Massachusetts thing? And this, it's still up as of 2024. Oh, yeah, this is very old precedent. Deem that a burrito is not a sandwich. Yeah, but this is just a Superior Court case. And okay, what court organized this? Hello, Zeta. You came at a good time. What court organized that? A peer review means nothing. I prefer the law. A peer review can tell me my nuts don't smell salty if I don't shower for a month. And you know what? I'm not going to take them at face value. This is a legal precedent. Compared to a state case that's been solidified? Yes! They brought them in for the court. But the arguments of the defense. When did the FDA publish their findings on their peer reviewed paper? Here's your Idleon while we argue. The FDA wouldn't have a peer reviewed paper, they would review the research and make a ruling. Just popped in to say hi. I'm going to Betty Bye. All good, Zeno. Have a good night. Did you see my message that you got shot? All right, there you go, Ben. You're a VIP now. I literally had to boot up StreamerBot to do this shit. It was ridiculous. A hot dog is a taco. A cake and lasagna are the same. Yes, lasagna is a sandwich. A cake is also inherently a sandwich. Okay. Right. Icing on top. Icing on top. Fine, I'll admit cake is a toast. Cake is a toast, fine. But you have to accept the legal definition. You have to accept the legal findings that the court has found that tacos and burritos are Mexican style sandwiches. You can disagree with me, but you're going to disagree with the court order? Yes, I have that exact image open, Miner. This one. While I accept your understanding that court order was a major court and by your own rules, you're ignoring it. Yeah, but it's a lesser court versus a major court, comparatively. I've been fighting over the wife of this an hour. The court taking into account the cube rule of food, otherwise it's not the same thing. Right, but this is the more modern precedent of the case, though. So they definitely had to have mentioned the previous case. Someone should ask Trump. Oh, yes, say hello to Miner. Yes, the Minecraft era. The Library of Congress. Anyway, we're getting off topic. We're getting off topic. Yeah, I won. Trump would say he makes the best sandwiches and to ask somebody else. Only the best sandwiches in the White House. I've got an auto sandwich maker. Only the best. Except for those Mexicans, we kind of deported those. Not good burritos in DC right now. God. Anyway, back to Idleon. Burrito taco being a sandwich is the kind of same delineation as levels of murder or other crime. Sure, it's a scale. It's a scale. There's the sandwich spectrum, right? There's the sandwich spectrum. Just keep in mind, a hot dog is inherently a sandwich, and a sub is 100% a sandwich. Trump would definitely mispronounce quesadilla. Can I get some quesadillas? Can I get some quesadillas? No, hold on. What's the white woman way of saying this? Hold on. Can we get some peca de gallo, some fajitas, and enchilados? Oh God, Midwestern fajitas are my favorite. God. Okay, get out of here. You're getting banned now. Ugh. Chat, you see what I do with here? What a great stream tonight. As somebody who worked at Taco Bell for about 4 years, I can confirm white people don't know how to speak Spanish pronunciation. See, I had the issue is the way that Spanish, like as a root language, requires you to roll certain letters and like vowels. It's hard for me to do like complex sentences because the same way that you roll like your R's and your O's is the same way that like I speak in Polish. So whenever I was taking Spanish in high school, I'd get pissed off halfway through because I couldn't roll it correctly, and I'd just start cursing out the class in Polish, and everybody thought it was close enough. Now the cat is keeping the wife distracted. Yes, all the cats are in the back room. Not really, no, apparently. Yeah, but like when it comes to like ordering shit, it's like, yeah, can I get a glass of horchata and what is it? Carne asada. Like I can do a good pronunciation of like a lot of the basic stuff, but when it comes to like actually like doing long sentences where it's the run on and the rolls, I can't fucking do it. Makes sense. She's not being a whore right now. She's absolutely a whore. Uh-huh. Churros and empanadas. To be fair, I mean, most people know about churros from Costco. The FDA began establishing the standards of identity in 1939, and since then, the agency has established more than 250 standards of identity. Products like milk, milk chocolate, various breads, peanut butter and chocolate, and ketchup have SOI. SOIs often describe in detail what the food must contain and what the optional, and sometimes describe the amount and proportion of ingredients. Many SOIs describe a method of production or formulation. Do they have one publicized for the sandwich and for hot dog? I was so upset that I joined Taco Bell after they removed the churros. I thought the churros came back. Did they not come back? Yeah, but the last time you got Taco Bell, you hated it. The dichotomy between Taco Bell employee and Taco Bell enjoyer. There's a single universally recognized standard of identity for sandwich under the FDA or general law. Other agencies like the USDA and the FDA provide definitions, often involving a meat or a poultry filling between two pieces of bread or a split roll. Ah. Like bread, peanut butter, established standards of identity, but the sandwich does not fall into that category, leading to legal debates and various uh, interpretations. If you want to go to Taco Bell, go there and do not get Uber Eats. Right? Gordita crunches are the bomb, though. Wouldn't know. I don't. Never had one. Hey, Roy. No, I get what you mean, little. That's fair. All right. Well, it's been an hour. So we will do some Marbies, and then I have to do an account review. And then, yes, I'm putting off the finale of Old World Blues to play Civ. But remember, tomorrow is peak with Bath. You know what you need to do to your Australian friends? You need to ask them if they drink long neck VB. Oh, I'm. Oh yes, trust me. Yes, that'll. We've seen some pretty cursed accounts. What's your schedule looking like around 7 and 9 for you this week? It's well, I get home at like 6, and then it's stream for till 11. Except for this weekend, which I'm fully booked out. I don't stream on the weekends. Let me get marbles up and running for y'all. AM work. I'm at work at like 6 in the morning. Like I basically have to get up and immediately head to work. I get up at 6 so that I can actually struggle to get up. Thank you very much. I just happen to go back to sleep. But yeah, sorry though, Minor. Like I work during the day, so I'm unable to do stuff. The weekends are like usually my best bet, but between what me and the wife have got planned up and running, we'll have to see. No, no. Fine, if you want to tell them, you can tell them. Oh, oh, okay. That was the other thing. There we go. Add you on the console, the MC server. You, your friends can play by yourselves on the server. Yeah, I mean, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Somehow it's still not banned. It really comes down to like you're not obvious with it. Like in the directive sense, like you there hasn't been a post about you in the Idleon Toolbox Discord, so it's like unless that pops up there, nobody's really gonna give a shit. And people are like very skeptical about a lot of like low evidence claims now due to the whole drama that happened a while ago. And post your video? I did, but just nobody uses my videos for a baseline of shit. Like nobody fucking uses it for shit. I'm hated by a good chunk of the community, I like to think. Mostly because I tell endgame chat to go fuck themselves. But that's just me. What? Work? Some more drama? Oh, yeah? Hold on, give me 1 second. Alright, now they can't hear you. Yep. Makes sense. Uh, minor one. There you go. Now they can hear you again. Well, congratulations, Minor. You won yourself a golden ticket, my man. What do you want to do with it? They reset a ton of my stuff. Oh, like what? First time, woo. True. Don't let chat influence you here. Don't let chat influence you here. Yeah, endgamers can suck unless it's somebody like Giggle, Arlong, or Zelb, the Twitch ones, basically. Yeah, that's different. Not the chair sitters. Cats. Okay, chat wants cats. Better go hunt down a cat. They like reset my brewing. Yeah, but that could be a bug as well. Brewing is like super bugged. All right, well, the wife gets a cat, we'll random track. All but 2 of my characters are gone. Dead ass. Damn. Hyper specific resets.
Lights on.
What?
Lights on.
Oh, she's got a cat. Hold on. Just gotta do that there. And this one, and then there's your cat, chat.
If you move over.
Well, he's gone.
Food's going off.
Food's going off. That makes sense. He's a fat ass. Can't see the marbles? Don't worry. You haven't missed shit. You guys haven't even dropped out yet. Crymore in the lead at the moment. First time seeing your face feels weird. What's that website to show statistics again? Toolbox? Idleon Toolbox? Yeah, there's no, like, my face ain't really that much of a difference. Like, I've just got a big fuck off beard. That's really it. But I'm a Goliath compared to most people. Being 6'6" does that. Well, I think, to be fair, back in like my older like TeamSpeak days, the MC Prime server, vaguely, my memory's like completely shot around that time. Only real thing about him is he's a dunce. Fuck you, Myth. Fuck you. He's worse than younger him? Oh, not by a long shot. Not by a long shot. Worst me was absolutely, or younger me was absolutely way worse. I was a complete and utter degenerate.
What are they talking about?
I was talking about when I was younger.
Yeah?
Yeah, being a massive degenerate. You know this. What?
And I still shake my head all the time.
It's not fucking current me. Just because I want to climb shit and break into places, just leave me be. Dragon Tail's the one hosting the MC server now? Wow. Jesus, that's a name I haven't heard in a minute.
Now I don't drink the other ones?
What?
You just left me one and you know I don't drink the other ones? Well, that was rude.
That's been like that for. I haven't had one of those in like this week at all.
No, but I know you kept grabbing these. There's some on their table right now
That's
with evidence.
That's been there for like a week.
No. Rude. I will have you know.
Oh. All right, congratulations, Roy. He admined a Minecraft server and gave his friend creative-only tools. Shut up. That was Minecraft. You know how it is. Either on cats, if I can, it goes in the horde. It goes into the horde. You can't, like, re-pick up the cats. Especially when they're eating right now. So if it goes into the horde, we're randoming another track. Not really, no. Eh, 5 out of 10. Get myself banned by showing? Yeah, then just don't. Start a new account, my man. They're literally free. You know what's fucking crazy? I came across a YouTube video I was watching earlier today, and there was a fucking Idleon plug from some YouTuber in 2024. It was like, oh, we're sponsored by Idleon. Check out the game. And I'm like, when times were simpler. Got here just in time? True, true. Hey, Simpson, is a hot dog a sandwich? I'm asking a question. Is a hot dog a sandwich, Simpson? Please answer the question. I wouldn't consider it a sandwich. You've chosen the wrong side, my friend. When the Civil War starts, this will be my answering question. Yep. Yep. Not a matter. I don't have to be. I'll be Jesus. And the great global civil war. I'll be talking to the POWs we've captured. I'm going to ask a simple question. Is a hot dog a sandwich? If you answer wrong, gulag with you. You answer correctly, you live. Hot dog is not a sandwich. We put this argument on hold until the Civil War. We're putting this argument on hold, and then we can fight it out. People think a hot dog is a sandwich equals gulag. If you want to do that if you want to manage that yourself, sure. In my universe, no, a hot dog is a sandwich. They're getting VIP treatment. Also, Miner's about to run you guys for a back-to-back win. You're fucking funny, chat. Congratulations, Miner. You won yourself another golden ticket, my man. What would you like to do with it? Define sandwich would allow me to whip out the sandwich cube. Ugh. Yeah, that was a great vote kick. Nice job, guys. You did nothing. You did nothing. Oh, God. A few of them. I didn't look at the last two yet. Anything can be stacked between wheat and flour in the shape of a square. You sure we don't want to bring up the sandwich chart again, chat? We can talk about the math behind soup, salads, or sandwiches. I used my ticket to declare that a hot dog is a taco. I'm sad to inform you, Miner, that tickets cannot affect legal U.S. standing. But I guess we're doing another round of Marbies. Fucking myth. Well, you just keep in mind, if you guys don't loop Simpson in, this is... Yeah, you missed an hour of that kind of conversation, Simpson. Can we vote kick stream elements? No. You can't do it to any of the moderators. They supersede. I'm gonna do my ticket. Exclamation mark golden ticket is the command. No. It's on cooldown, Roy, because you guys decided to try to vote kick the streamer. So it goes back on cooldown. But you can ask for VIP, you can get a role in the Discord, stuff like that. It's fairly reasonable. If you want to remove somebody's VIP, that's also on the table. We love the Wheel of Fate around here. Add VIP to myself? That we can do. Where are you? Twitch VIP. There you go. Yeah, Miner's running way ahead as well. Goddamn. You guys are about to go, Miner's about to go 3 for 3 on y'all. Goddamn. I honestly wish I could tell you. Well, there goes Myth, thinking if he can boost his way to the top. I mean, he is sitting in, like, what is that, 4th place? Arkish taking the lead right now. Well, that's still anybody's game. But Miner Guy holding strong as well. About to go 3 for 3 against all of y'all. All of y'all about to lose. That's crazy. And how much is 1T in Idleon? Yeah, it's 1 trillion. I'm just saying I don't know how much that is. How the fuck did Jack Daniel finish this in 1 minute? I mean, most of the like global ones either get like ridiculously lucky or it's cheating. But goddamn. All right, Miner, what are you gonna do with your golden ticket? You've won 3 for 3 right now. Shit. We'll get another track growing as well. One more to go after this one. Discord Roll OG Minecrafter. Goddamn. You know what? Not enough stats. I think you need to, push to 99% on all your bubbles. You guys know that if you kick the stream elements bot, you guys won't get income for 5 minutes, right? You won't be able to gamble and you won't be able to gain free points. You know that, right? But yeah, let me know when you're in the Discord, Miner. I'll go ahead and give you your role. There you go. All right, let me go ahead and add your role here. Go. It's just stupidly entertaining. Fair play. Fair play. All right, there you go. There's your unique roll. Oh, it's this map. Well, technically Arkish is in the lead right now then. These resets can't be random. They have to know my account exists. That's tough to say because Lava's not really open with that whole process anyway, and there are many accounts that are suspect as shit that are sitting on top of the boards as it sits right now. So, yeah, results may vary. You absolutely probably got hit by one, but it's always a shit show regardless. Looks like Myth is in the lead. Gonna get flat banned? Yeah, that is kind of shocking. God damn, everybody's getting stopped here. Give everybody time to catch up. Crymore is somehow dead. Mateen is now in the lead. Arkish is catching up, and Mateen is dead. Arkish, you have won. Congratulations, Arkish. My man. Win yourself a golden ticket. Take it easy, Will. Have a good one, pandering. Have a good night, my man. But congratulations, Arkish. You won yourself a golden ticket. I would have won a fourth. Maybe. Oh. Excuse me. All right, we're going to do one last random track, and then we're going to do one account review, because that's all we got. And then we're going to be finishing our playthrough of Old World Blues tonight, hopefully. There is a World 6 round. I'm not tripping. Yeah, there's a World 6. World 7's coming out at some point in the next couple of months. Give me the Discord roll. Yeah, you got the Discord roll. If you check, you got assigned it. Oh, that is interesting. Jesus, chat. Let's everybody. We need to at Arkish because Arkish won and hasn't claimed their prize. Make sure we wakey Arkish. Frank Hughes as to why they did all this work, or if it's just a random bot that hit my account. Yeah, tough to say, especially if it seems like it's a rollback of that nature. It's really tough to say. Oh, it's this map. Yeah, always tough to say who's in the lead on this one. Yeah, really tough to gauge. They didn't roll back your statues, but they rolled back a bunch of other shit. It's just crazy. Is there a way to remove them? Not really. Once they're set, they're set. You have the levels for them. Well, if Arkish doesn't claim the, if Arkish doesn't claim it, then we're gonna have to start a raffle for the ticket at the end of this match. Looks like Myth could be getting a ticket here. Myth desperate for the ticket. But there's other people still in the way. And I think Myth's in the winning here. And congratulations. Myth has won. You got yourself a golden ticket, Myth. What are you going to do with it? And Arkish has not replied. So here's what we're going to do. Everybody who wants a golden ticket, you will enter into the raffle. You have 30 seconds to enter to the raffle. Everybody who wants the chance to win a golden ticket, enter the raffle. Keep? Okay. Come on, lurkers. If you want a chance to get a golden ticket, now's the time. And Mateen won the raffle. Mateen is getting Arkish's ticket. So Mateen, what you gonna do with your golden ticket? Are you gonna give it to somebody? You gonna use it on somebody? What's a golden ticket do? It's de facto what it is. So you can basically do whatever you want with it. Run a Wheel of Fate and remove somebody's VIP. Get VIP yourself. Get a custom role in Discord. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with it. All right, but that's that for Marbies. I've returned from pooping. Thank you, Simpson. You just missed the raffle. Yeah, state your case with Mateen for why you guys deserve a golden ticket. All right. Jack Potts is the next account review for Squirrel. I mean, you could always give a golden ticket to Little. Does nice things. Nobody's nice in this chat. They're all running their own clicks in this vault. It's not Crime War. He's a shit poster. This is interesting an account. Hold on. Literally anyone aside from you. Okay, so just started World 6, basically. Cry wants to shoot the rest of us. Yeah, but you're not chat anymore, Mateen. You were elevated above the peasantry. We picked one of the vault dwellers at random and said, you're now Vault Tech Security. Give it to the goat Mateen. Mateen holds the ticket right now. So you can either use it or give it to one of you guys. He typically gives it away. So that's your prerogative. He's the people's moderator. He was once one of you. Mateen got promoted? Yeah, do you not know the story that Mateen used to just be a chatter? And then he became elevated. Me to be a mod and vetoed it? Yeah, because you literally said you wouldn't do anything and you wanted it for the badge. If I wanted Philadelphia police, I'd hire Philadelphia police. Thought you said the head of Vault Security? No. No. The head of Vault Security is always Davey. Because he's the OG. Never give me mod ever. It's a very respected position. It takes a lot of trust to get it. Yeah, Davey's the head of security because he's the oldest. He's got seniority here. And then you, Mateen, Kane, and Baff are on the same level. He's the only nice person here. Crymore admits it himself. All right, let me go ahead and set this thing up for Squirrel. Scroll. So only Myth gave me a reason. It goes to him. Okay, Myth has 2 tickets now. I joined back in February. That's fair. But no, like Davy's been around for like since I was streaming on my old community. When I was still doing a lot of DBD and VR chat and that kind of crap. Davy's been around for a long time. What? Did you? So much for perfect space, huh? So little. It's not bad. So listen, little. Only the VIPs have the power to vote kick. Only the VIPs have the power to vote kick. That's a VIP. But the thing is chat in general as a non-VIP is immune to having their VIP stripped. So I like DBD, so if I found you then I would have been here also. True, but I was probably one of the most toxic killers of all time. Oh shit, my camera's on. Yeah, because I have my lights off. This is how it. Remember I used to stream like this because I had no fucking lights. Yeah, this is how it used to look. It's great, chat. It's great. No, God, no. I got to do the review. And my face is on YouTube. But for the reviews, it's under this profile. Careful accepting Crymore's offer because Crymore likes to give people VIP and then execute them. Who won the last race? Myth. Myth has 2 golden tickets right now because Myth got one from Mateen who gave it away. So we're waiting to hear what Myth wants to do with it. Oh wait, right. That's what I'm saying. So yes, you can absolutely vote kick your fellow VIPs. That is a right. Case in point, right now, they're going to try to vote kick Crymore, which it's currently 3-1, if 4-1. See, this is look. Our vault is a democracy. Is a democracy in the sense that I let the vault residents fight it out amongst themselves. Well, we'll see him in a couple minutes. All right, so, but Myth, yes, I need to know what you're doing with your golden tickets, my man. Because you got 2 of them. All right. I'm thinking, give me a minute. Gotta give Myth time to think. Gotta give Myth time to think. Fire. I'll take Crymore's VIP if they want to get rid of it that bad. Oh my god. Yeah, you can't give it away. You can't give it away. Once you get VIP, you're stuck with it until it's been forcibly removed. You cannot surrender it. Either get shot, because he wants to get rid of it, but we said no. Can't give it away. Won't you come down? Won't you come down? I'll finally land in the city on a quiet night. Alright. Let me make sure my shit's up, and I've definitely got to go reopen all the Twitch music. Because I know for a fact I don't have that running. You can pass it if you want to claim it yourself, but it's forced on you. You can't pass it to anyone. Yep. It's exactly the case. Why is your heart broken? But... Uh-huh. Where's the but? Yeah, what's the price? Yeah, we don't need that bad. Like two is look. 2 is like our cap. 2 is like our cap. Mm. Go Lord numbers go Burr. Welcome to Idleon. You know the drill. Ash in the atmosphere. All right. Well, Myth, have you decided yet? Before we move on to our account reviews, what about a study for the wife and a room just for the cats? No. No. No, you don't. No, we don't. We do not. We have other things we need to save money for. It's still pushing. I'd like to keep our expenses lower. Yeah, that doesn't mean hit the cap. Can I use one of my tickets to create a role for myself in Discord like Techie is a super mutant? I want to be Leggett Lanius. At least something like that. Well, we have the Legion role, but if you want to be Leggett Lanius, sure. But like Techie's super mutant role isn't unique. It's a faction. I'm fairly certain I made it a faction role. I did. Yeah, it's a faction role. So I can make you Leggett Lanius. If that's what you want. All right, let's see. Okay, Leggett Lanius. To make you fucking dark as shit red. There we go. And then add people. Actually, Faction of the Kings. Okay, if you want me to do like a whole faction, it's gonna take a fucking minute. It's gonna take a minute because I gotta do the onboarding shit. Let's see. How the fuck did I do this last time? Edit onboarding. Yeah. What the fuck is it? How do I do this again? Let's see. Examples. No, what is it? Hold on. Give me a sec. I need to figure out how to do the onboarding shit again. Post showing questions. No. How the fuck did I do it? Was the server guide? No. Pre-join questions. This where it is? Yeah, this is where I did it. Let's see. All right, we're gonna do. See, I'm capped on a faction here. Because if I do, it breaks the faction descriptions, so I won't be able to add the kings. I'm afraid. Sorry. You want to buy a wheel spin? I get you. You can buy one. You get to buy one, and then we need to get into these account reviews. Yeah, sadly, I can't add any more factions. All right, let me take away all your money again. God, Crymore is a broke boy now. Look at this fall from grace all the way down to 4th place. All right, well, he's bought a wheel spin, so let's go ahead and do a wheel spin pick here. A rolls to fix? No. Okay. The case. You didn't even do like an Elvis picture. All right. Cries on this list. Simpson, Roy. Hold on. Who else is on here? Zeno's gone. Turbo's on here. Ben needs to be added on here, and so does Minor. There you go. Poor Ben, he's had it for a day. Actually, he had it for like 2 hours. Oh, he's no longer VIP now. How do you do the account share? It goes to the, when you're logged in, go to the data tab and hit upload my account. But if you, in your case, just make sure you're not publishing to leaderboards, and that creates the link. All right, but with that done, there's a lot of Chinese characters. Huh. Oh, there goes. Oh no, Crymore saved by the bell because only 3 people voted. All right. Let's see. All right, it is time for account review stuff. So let's get this done up, and then we're going to be going back to Old World Blues to finalize that tonight. So tonight's is Squirrel. And then you use another ticket to replace it. See, that's I'd say that costs more because you're eliminating an entire faction, right? You're killing an entire faction's worth of people. That's a lot worse than just removing a custom role. I mean, if you want to execute it, it would be the last one on the list, so you'd have to kill stainless steel. So you'd end up killing stainless steel because it's the first one or the last of the list. So that's up to you. Anyway, let's get the YouTube music going. There we go. Let's get my notes going. Oh, shit. I do it. So you want to spend 2 tickets to kill the stainless steel faction? Absolutely execute the stainless steel faction? Is that my understanding? So you would kill Simpson, Antho, Grand, Peace Guardian, Sauce, Roy, Talking Guns, and Thorpwin. You want to spend both of your tickets to kill stainless steel. Is this your final conclusion? Yes. Stainless steel has been killed. Roy, if you want to hold a funeral for your faction, Myth has executed you and replaced you with the kings. Poor bastards. Poor bastards. Oh my lord. All right, let me go ahead and fix the community onboarding. Let's see. Stainless steel has been removed. Hold on, I gotta fix something real quick here. Hold on. There we go. Saved. I'm spending a ticket to undo that. You need more than a ticket, and you can't really undo it at this point. The faction's been wiped out. Because he's spending 2 tickets for this action. Trying to unlock all the weapons in Emerald, Diorama DLC, and Vampire Survivors. P.S. There's a lot of weapons. Oh, so I've heard. I haven't played any of the new DLCs, but so I've heard. Oh, God. There we go. We've announced the death of stainless steel in the factions LARP. It's over. It's over. So sorry to say, Roy, your faction has died. The first of its kind, stainless steel, is dead. All the new members of the Kings are free to assign themselves their roles. Those poor, poor bastards. And Myth is the sole leader of the Kings. All right. Time for account review stuff. Let's get this done, then we're going to play some more World Blues. Well, delete the Kings. Hey! I swear I hear a cat throwing up right now. Who the fuck is yakking up a storm in here? Better not be you. How many tickets are you willing to give me, Roy? How many tickets are you willing to give me? How do you join? You go back to the channels and roles here in the Discord. Go to channels and roles. And the Kings right here. Oh, I'd say a lot more than 3. This is a coup d'etat that's already cost 2. I'd say double that to reinstate a new faction. All right. No, he cannot crowdfund it. Individual accepted only. Those poor, poor bastards. Poor bastards. Wiped off the plane of existence. They didn't have a chance. No, I took 2 tickets at the cost of that. I took 2 tickets at the cost of that. Because that was a big ask. It wasn't just 1. Yep. Anyway, we got to do the account review. We're delaying. We got to get this done. This is all good. How goes it? It goes good, Hano. We're going to be doing an account review here, and then we're going to be jumping into more Old World Blues. I'm only going for a delete. It's in my mind, it's still going to cost you 2 because it's the same roughed action. Because also it's a complete pain in the ass for me to rather do the coup and rebuild that faction compared to me outright deleting it and then I have to rebuild the onboarding process again. Not to mention, you should probably talk to your former faction members and see what they want to do. Because you had quite a few people in your faction. You were you were the biggest faction on the Discord with 8 people. So consider that. Oh, he was in the community shitpost edition, the stainless steel faction in the factions LARP. A coup d'etat was just ordered, and Myth took over the faction and relabeled them the Kings. Want to stop it? How many tickets are we going to put on the line? That's the thing, because he's already ordered the coup d'etat. I've taken his 2. You can't counter this. Like, the coup just happens, and then you have to counter coup it back. All right, adios, wife. Clearly. Clearly. Yeah. That's the wife. Joel fart for not seeing the message in time and doing the meaningless extra work. Is what it is. So if you want me to reinstate it, you got to tell me how many tickets you want to put on the line, Roy. Do you take IOUs? I'm afraid not. Not with golden tickets. They're a rarity. Compared to some people like Crymore who hoards golden tickets. I still do not see Mateen's emote. It was added yesterday. Perfectly fine. Stainless steel back. Fine. But the next time that this happens with this faction, I'm bumping it up to 4. I will reinstate stainless steel. What did I miss? Fucking LARP roleplay. All right, now I got to rebuild the onboarding again. Hold up. Yeah, Myth? Can I put points down? No, tickets only, not points. Unless you want to buy tickets from somebody. Unless you want to buy tickets right now from somebody, you can't use points. So you got to come up with trades with people who have tickets. The fuck is that? So we play marbles, which is just like a stream game. Whoever wins marbles gets a golden ticket, and basically they can get a custom role in the Discord. You what's it called? You get a custom role in the Discord. You get VIP. You can do pretty much whatever you like. All right, stainless steel has been back. It has been added back again. So there you go. Stainless steel's back. I'll let you guys figure it out from there. Now we got to get this review done. We just need to vote kick to 3. No, I think 5's fair. Don't forget hydrated shall. Stainless steel's a bitch to work with IRL, so I got a golden ticket then. Yeah, you've had yours. You've just never used it on anything. You can get yourself VIP. You can get a custom role in the Discord. Shit like that. I'd probably save her something. Yeah, they don't expire unless somebody drops a nuke, and then they expire. But typically they don't. Myth is trying to gather up. Keep in mind what I said, Myth. It's going to take 4 tickets to coup this faction again. So for what leaderboard points? We use the Stream Elements leaderboard points. It's just for bragging rights and gambling. It's different than like channel points. It's a different currency. But it's for like bragging rights and shit. Yeah, like that. All right. Well, we need to get into this review. So we're going to get started on this. What is up, YouTube? Wilder9 here, back again for another Idleon account review. This time for Squirrel. Let's see. I'm looking for some help on what to focus on right now. I'm not sure what my 10th character should be. My current goals are to push Rift to at least 26, upgrade my salt refinery to match the spreadsheet, upgrade my equipment overall to void sets and all my characters. I'm not sure if I should continue pushing World 6 or calm down. Divinity FK on my characters until Goat God to send them in lab jail. Need whole content assistance should I bravery farm. Stacking statues, preparing for onyxing later, getting worship levels on all characters. Okay. Kind of an overview here. Extra firewall from removing stainless steel. Can't do that, Roy. Yeah, cannot do that, Roy. You can't layer it. Unless you want to put down 4 tickets to layer it against a coup, yeah, I'm not going to take one. Let's see. So, starting off with, how are we looking? Definitely got to fix your skilling card set here. So, fix your skilling or your card set bonus on your DB. I've been keeping up with your mini bosses and all that, so that's pretty good. But let's tear into it. So you can create another character. What's your current makeup? So 2 elemental sorcerers, 2 DKs, Windwalker, V-Man, Bubo, Siege. I would say second DB. For your 10th character, get a second DB. Let's go ahead and take a look at your characters proper. Why am I in the Church of Atoms? Whose faction is that? That's Squanchy's faction and Banana's faction. Obols, yeah, you definitely need to rework your Obols, figure out what you're doing with that, because it looks like you're kind of going for some strange hybridized build, and it's not working out for you at all. It's not going to work out for you at all. Let's take a look at prayers. Yeah, not utilized. So definitely want you to be using your skill Dimwit. Do you have any other prayers we can utilize here? You don't have Zerg Rush. Okay, so at least skill Dimwit. YouTube, don't mind the chat. They're going through a democratic revolution right now amongst themselves. It's fairly normal on a Thursday night to include skill Dimwit on everybody. What was it going on? Right, prayers. Let's take a look at PO boxes. Completely underutilized. Okay, so I want you to invest more time and resources into your PO boxes. Equipment said you're working on void sets, which is fine, but you do need to work on basically all your baseline shit. So your skulls are trash, your traps are trash, your splicers are trash.
Son, I promise you this. I will give you the best criminal defense that money can buy.
That's chat's arguments back and forth right now. Trying to host coup d'etats over the faction LARP. So in general, I want you to upgrade your traps, upgrade your skulls, upgrade your splicers. Rolled 6. Granite doesn't exist here. That's true. This is more purist than anything, but not too extremely purist. We're Granite Light. We're just not as charismatic. We're the Ruthless Granite. Yeah, and you're working on sets, as you mentioned previously, so I'm inclined to give you some breathing room on that. You did say you're working on Onyxing, which is good. Let's take a look at your dungeons. Dungeons need a lot of investment. A lot of investment in dungeons. So I want you to work on your dungeon upgrades and RNG items. Let's take a look at constellations. You basically haven't utilized any of them. Excuse me. So you're completely underutilizing your star signs. Work on your constellations for your star signs. Thank you, Davey. Hey, Whippa, how you doing? Vault, underutilized. Invest heavily into Vault. Heavily. This is what's going to carry you through World 6. Apocalypse is wise. Having a great night, man. That's good to hear. Definitely need to do your Zows, Chows, Super Chows, and Wows. So you need to Thou, Chow, Super Chow, and Wow with your DB/BB. Having a nice Thursday night, minus the coup d'etat going on in chat. Yes, it's not too bad. No Grimoire, which is... Damn. Anyway, welcome to Vault Whippa. How you doing? So, Compass has no work, and you've done nothing in Tesseract, so what can you do? Anvil, let's see. I mean, you're keeping up with it. Forge, not utilizing Forge heavily enough, so I want you to always be smelting something in Forge. How about your upgrades? Bot, perfect. Bribes, probably World 2 locked. Yep. Stamps, 2K. Yikes. Missing a ridiculous amount of stamps. A ridiculous amount of stamps. So, focus on unlocking your remaining stamps, and I want you to push your stamp total to 10K. I think 10K is a fair assessment for early World 6, mostly because it guarantees you a 100% gilded stamp drop per day. Owl, 50% drop rate's good. No complaints there. Let's take a look at Bubble. Yeah, underdeveloped alchemy, low-cost alchemy, so more or less neglected. Okay. So for this, I want you to unlock your remaining alchemy bubbles. And I want you to push your alchemy efficiency to at least 70% on the first 4 pages, which luckily isn't too big of a cost. So if I set this to say 70%, it's really not too unrealistic to be able to do
Time
this.
to play the game. Time to play the game.
Valid take. Valid take. You do need to play the game. Vials. Yeah, a lot to be desired here. It says I can ask for a review. What are the chances I can sneak in for a review before you log off? Let's see. We don't have anybody ahead. So if you do !AR, get posted in the Discord. When we're done with Squirrels here, we can get to you instantly because there's nobody ahead of Squirrel at the moment. Let's see. Yeah. So for vials, for sure, I want you to keep unlocking your vials and push all of your vials to 13 ASAP. Yeah, no problem. Sigils, that looks fine. Islands. Eesh. Take a look at how the ban has affected my silly account. Sure. Sea salts, shimmer, fractals left. So for islands, get sea salt, shimmer, fractal. Because at this point, you're pushing World 6, and your goal is to start getting World 6 equipment at some point. You're going to be fucked. Kilroy, you are doing to a point, but definitely want to reinforce that you need to make sure you're doing your weekly Kilroy and pumping into faster respawn once you have it unlocked. Because without it, you're going to be really suffering in the Kilroy department. Kangaroos at 22.5%, but you are working on it, so I'll give you some leeway on that. Let's take a look at your prints. This is acceptable. That's acceptable. That's acceptable. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Prints logs. Okay. Definitely, though, I want you to reprint all your prints because they're definitely lackluster. So I want you to reprint all your prints. Let's go ahead and take a look at refinery. Oh, yeah. Super basic refinery. Super basic refinery. Very, very early. Atom Collider, you don't have. Equinox, you have started, which is great. Just locked behind some of the initial challenges, which is fine. Buildings, looks like you are working on your core. definitely want you to keep investing in this, so keep investing into your core construction. I can't spell construction, which is fine. Death Note. Do you even have Eclipse Sculling? That's a valid take here. Do you even have it? No. Eek. Okay, well, I can't give you Eclipse Skulls yet. Worship, you are working on. You've got a few you need to spend, but early skulls are complete shit, and your TD needs a lot of work. So 2 things. Make sure you're spending your worship charge. I realize this is really fucking quiet. There we go, fix that. And push your TD across the board. Let's go ahead and take a look at prayers. Definitely want you to level skilled dimwit in for prayers. Traps, you're just doing penguins and some hybrid stuff. That's okay. The Vault Discord is asking for my Discord password for some reason. Like, are you trying to join through the web or like on Discord? Why does it post my toolbox link here? Just hold off till we're done with this. The reason for it being is I won't be able to provide you with your list, is why we keep things in Discord. But if you have the Discord application, you should be able to take the link and it just should auto-join you. Definitely need to invest in your Salt Lick, that's for sure. Yeah, like if you go in here and you scroll down to your bottom and you hit like add a server, hit join a server and then throw our link in there, it should just auto-add you and you just have to do a quick onboarding. Let's see. Yeah, definitely want you to invest more resources into Salt Lick. Armor Smithy, you're getting working on. That's fine. Cooking. Kind of all over the place, but I imagine it's very early cooking. Oh, yeah. Super, super early cooking. Yeah, the goal for this is just keep refocusing. Meal cooking speed per upgrade level, and then skill efficiency. So just refocus your cooking and use some ladles. Breeding. Doing some shiny, which is fine. Arena, you're at 29, which is way too fucking low. So push your arena level to 200 ASAP. Lab is fine. You're just doing early lab stuff. Rift, you're obviously pushing out. You know what you got to focus on because you're clearly pushing to skilling mastery. Tome, you're a top 70% account. Okay. Early sailing, very early sailing. Okay. Just tips for early sailing. Frost Relic early is great. Fury Relic early is fantastic. Same with Trilobite Rock. But yeah, in general, early sailing is just going to suck as you build up your bonuses, especially if you don't have a lot of investment in whole content, which you might not yet. You're pushing Divinity to get everybody into the lab div grind, which is fine, so you know what you're working on there. Gaming-wise, super early gaming? Yeah, super, super early gaming. Whole content-wise, you're only 5. Okay, so Motherload, you'll definitely want to push your Motherload out. Push your Motherload for Obols. Den, same thing. Push your Den score for Obols. Bravery. The goal for Bravery is I want you to get 24k hours in Bravery. And last but not least, Bell. Definitely invest time into Bell completion. Engineer has a couple of obols. You're making sure you're working on that, which is good. Some split bonuses here, which is fine. Yeah, this is all okay. Measurements wise, you don't have unlocked, and study you don't have unlocked. Okay. Yeah, this is fine early on. I will make a note here. Make sure to focus on your engineer upgrades and get 2 points. Get 2 points into your Idleon magic or godlinks. Focusing on this one here. Slab is going to be fairly, 900 items. I'm not even worried about it. Farming is probably just a few. Yeah, very rarely farming, not a really critique. Sneaking just got started. Summoning's probably not even been touched. Yeah, super basic early account, which is fine. Emperor, you don't have access to. Tools. Definitely want to work on pushing your cards as well. Yeah, definitely think early card push would benefit you. I think in general, I want you to... let's see. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. If you see our general chat, I've left a link to the channel in question, my man. But I think for cards, at least on this account, I would say push all your resource cards minus World 6. Minus World 6 to 4-star. You should highlight the items you really want him to work on first, and other than that, he can do it at his own leisure. Well, he already knows what he's exactly working on, because he's pointed out he's working on tools already in his review, in his post for his review. He's pushing skilling mastery, which he knows he needs to focus on. So it's more that these are other areas he's asked if he's missing other content, rather than a complete deep dive, because he already has a lot of tasks that he knows he's got to work on. This is more, what else am I missing? And I wouldn't say these take away from any number of focuses. Obviously, the push for gear is important. The upgrading of tools is important. Getting skilling mastery is huge. You know, getting your statues stacked for onyxing, pushing your worships so you're able to get your divinity lab jail going. Those are much higher priorities in the list than I'm going to give him here. This is just the areas where, hey, there's holes here. Work on these when you're done with your other list, if you get what I mean. But that being said, folks, for you folks over on YouTube, this has been another Idleon account review. If you'd like an account review yourself, check us out when we're live Tuesdays through Fridays over on Twitch. We're happy to get to you when we can. When we get on the list for set reviews, it's real simple. Check our Discord link down below. We got a channel set up where you can go ahead and drop your toolbox link. We're happy to get to you on stream. Until next time, folks, we will see you in the next Idleon account review. Have a good one, everybody, and stay safe out there. Let me post this in his profile. For Squirrel. Squirrel, there we go. The entrance? Sorry, I'm braided right now. I don't know of any place called the entrance in our Discord. What's your name in Discord? Is it the same as your name on Twitch? Because I don't see anybody else's join other than mine earlier today. Think you're in the wrong Discord, bud. Because that ain't mine. All right. All right. I will be right back here in just a couple of minutes. When we get back, hopefully Whippa will have theirs posted and we can work on it. So I will be right back, chat. Give me a couple minutes here. Okay, we're back. And I did do my hydrate and my posture check, so worry not. Were you able to get sorted, Whippa? Yeah, because we don't have anything called the entrance in our Discord. For sure, your Discord. Weird. What's your name in Discord? Click on your link on Twitch. That is so strange. Hold on. Yeah, have a good night, Roy. See, I had the wrong Discord for some reason? It's possible. I'd be hard pressed, but well, let's see. No, that's my Discord. No, it boots into my Discord. What's your name in here? Is that you, Tomas? Friends with Franz? Yeah, it's you. I see your name is Whippers. Yeah, that's you, bud. Yeah, once you see general chat, if you take a look, I've posted the link or the hyperlink to click to go to the channel to submit it. There we go. Close that out. Yeah, everything seems to be working fine. I can tell this account needs to do big 3 skull splatter traps. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, he's also doing void tools. He's also doing armor. He has to get eclipse skulls. He's got to get skilling mastery. There's so much shit he's got to work on. It's a lot. It's a lot. So yeah, he knows what he's got to do. So yeah, once we'll do Whippa. Let's see. What should I prioritize? Let's take a look at your account. So start to gauge, it's fine. Okay, where are you at with gear? God Shard. Okay. Interesting. I'm interested to see what we can find nitpicky with this, so let's tear right in. All right, this is for the guy. Let's see. That's fine. All right, let's get right into this. What is up, YouTube? Will turn out here back again for another Idleon account review. This time for Whippa, or Whippa guy in Twitch chat today. Looking for what to prioritize and looking for some nitpicky shit on their account. I can tell you right now, immediately, you're sitting here fighting ancient golems with skill efficiency on. That's my first nitpicky thing, so please fix that. Secondly, let's turn to characters and see what we're working with here. So starting with obols. Pop obols across the board, some hybrid skilling. Okay, nothing too screamy there, which is fine. Prayers. Utilizing, okay, good sets. No complaints, no, yep. Good sets there. Let's take a look at PO boxes. No issues, which is good. Let's take a look at equipment now. So, you're doing ancient golems while equipping lab rings. You don't have a premium hat, but that's usually not a huge moniker, realistically. Your golden food setup is shit, but let's start with equipment first. So, Dementeds. I suppose that's fine for V-Man shit. That's okay. This poor bastard that has just been ignored. So, fix your rings on your first tune. And fix your neck on your last tune. Let's see. The big three are done and tools are done. Beautiful. Keychains, the important ones. Yeah, your golden food setup is, or your food setup is complete shit. I'll be brutally honest. I see you're like pumping it all here, which is fine. But like shit like farming out golden grilled cheeses, golden dumplings, golden nigiri. I mean, do you even have a golden nigiri stack on your V-Man? Why are you not running like at least like any kind of basic like golden nigiri setup? Just to like really juice it. Also, why are you running food on your last guy here? So completely rebuild your equipped foods setup to include golden dumplings, golden cheeses, golden nigiri. Love you ripping me? Dude, we've ripped into Fran's. We've ripped into... I don't think we did... did we rip into Jay's? We did rip into Jay's account. I've ripped into a lot of people's account. This isn't even like a full roast. I could absolutely full roast you, but this is more disappointing, to be honest. Especially given what you have and the amount of completion. It's like, oh, come on, dude. This is basic shit. So let's take a look at the account proper. Statue levels. Low. Yeah, very, very low on a lot of these. Yep, you're farming statue levels as well. Ruben Arcade, you more roasted me. Yeah, but you know what you did, Little. You absolutely know what you fucking did. So I want you to farm your statue levels for worlds. Do I really want to do World 5? Yes, I want to do World 5 for worlds 1 through 5. Let's take a look at your dungeons. Complete. Orange atoms. Beautiful. Constellations. Done. Vault. Done. Apocalypses on your second DB. Good. Grimoire. 4,600. Yeah, fucking slacker. Not even Skull of Major drop rate. Tisk. Push your Grimoire level to 600 for drop rate. Skull. Compass 7100. Okay. Abominations wise, how we looking? World 5-ish. Okay. Yeah, man, just push through. Okay. Still need to farm out arena chests. In general, your medals are kind of lackluster. Especially around, yeah, like not taking advantage of the glitch. Still need to do a couple of mini-boss ones as well. So in general, I want you to farm your medals on your Wind Walker. Let's go ahead and take a look at your Tesseract. 2,200 levels, okay. Not too shabby at all. I don't think I really want to set a precedent here, but Arcane Cultist is really slow, so I think we'll sideline this for now. Anvil, you're keeping up with claims, which is good. Forge, smelting away, but slots are open. No bueno. You don't know what we can expect for World 7, so I want you to make sure you're always smelting something. Let's take a look at bribes. Done. Beautiful. Stamps. 20K. 20K. Do I have any flexibility with this? I do, in fact, have flexibility with this. What the fuck? Yeah, a surprising amount of flexibility. What about just Gildeds? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Okay. What about item reduction? Yeah, more get kind of thrown back into the loop here. I think for you, I want you to, because you have all your stamps, which is fine, but I want you to push your stamp total to 21,500. I think you can totally do that. Owl, 80% drop rate's perfectly acceptable. Bubbles wise, you're pushing for probably 99% efficiencies right now, well, minus some other shit. So this is a fine. Ideally, I want to see these pushed to 99s, but overall, it's not too bad. Cauldrons. Cauldrons look good. Vials. A tad bit low, but overall, no real issues there. Let's take a look at sigils. Sigils are completed. Islands. 40K AFK hours. You better have that nothing trophy, man, when I look at your fucking slab. Kilroy. Yep, looks beautiful. This is what I love to see. Rue. Only 18% on Rue. Okay. I want you to push your Rue bonuses to at least 30%. 30% AFK gains. That's fairly achievable. That's what I set as a baseline. I'm protesting Rue. Okay, state your case. I hate it. I hate 90% of Idleon, but I still play the game. I'm interested to see what your TD is like if you don't like Rue. I'm very curious. Let's take a look at Prince. What level is his Rue? He's only Megafish 2. You can immediately tell by the inherent multipliers on some of this where a lot of the investment went. Prince. This is fine. I'd say probably reprint on a good print week, but nothing too dire. You throwing shit against the wall? Yeah, 100% throwing shit against the wall. Adam Collider looks good. Equinox. Damn. He fell for the meme. And still needed more Voidman runs, but other than that, you're pretty much fine. Buildings-wise, you're pushing library. You've still got quite a few levels you need to dump into your towers, but your shrines are done. You're fully Eclipse Skulled out, which is beautiful. Love to see that massive amount of kills on Glunko. Top tier, my man. Top tier. Worship. A lot of worship charge full right now. How's your TD? What the fuck is this? This glorious golden apple of an account with only like a few nitpicky issues, and then I see it's rotten at its core. I guarantee you're going to tell me that you fucking hate TD and you don't want to do it. Well, that's too bad. You're going to do it. So you need to push your TD across the board. But I hate it. Do you want to stay on the top of the fucking tome? Do your goddamn TD. Prayers, that's fine. Takes a literal day. Set up before you go to bed, sleep, come back. The game's either probably white screened, or you're ahead, or you've crashed. It's one of the three. I'll take 1 in 3 odds every night, and I don't have to fucking deal with it. Just XP dumping with the occasional critter is fine. Salt Lick, you definitely need to finish up 100%. So finish up your investment into Salt Lick. Stigler Armor Smithy looks great. Cooking. Okay. Meals wise, are you done? Yeah, you're done. Breeding. Looks like you push for like a baseline 17, which is fine. Yeah, this is all fine. Arena's at 202. Okay. Lab. Lab looks fine. Rift. Bonuses looks good. Skilling Mastery looks good. Could afford some more breeding total level just to really juice the last of the bonuses out of this. And your Construction Mastery is at 3,400. No complaints there. Tome. Yeah, you're a top 1% account. You're a top 1% account. And if you think this is good enough, also based account level total, based. If you think this is good enough, you're joking. I mean, basic shit like most Sport Cats, health, and inventory, there's 3 points there. Absolutely. Let's take a look. That's fine. E-font. Could always push your prints out. Yeah, best total wave and worship is holding you down for sure. Best non-duplicate Goblin Gorefest wave is holding you down for sure. God rank divinities at 7, which is great. See if we can push that to 8 in my books. But yeah, there's a fair few things here that's like nitpicky at best, but is a way to kind of juice your shit. I'm kind of curious on a few of the other ones as well, so we'll have to take a look at that. Sailing wise, beautiful divinity. Everything's been leveled. At this point, I would say push your God rank to 8. Get yourself on the board. Get a nice little cookie. Gaming wise, 39 mil. Yep, all said and done. And let's be nitpicky as fuck with whole. So, Motherload. 21's not bad. Could absolutely be better. Where's my big fuck off list of working on shit? So, let me grab this. So, push your Motherload score out. Den. 100% could push your Den score out. Bravery has 100k hours. Fuck me, you didn't leave Bravery for a while. You probably did the same for your Justice. Bell. These are kind of crap. I'll be brutally honest. This is really kind of bad. Harp. Harp levels are fine. Lamp. You have been buying your wishes, which is good. So, no complaints there. Hive. Neglected. Grotto. Neglected as fuck. Justice has 24k hours, so that's fine. Jars. Yeah, no real complaints there. Evertree could definitely afford to be pushed out as well. Wisdom's got the minimum 10k. Gambit scores are not bad. Gambit score is definitely not bad. Temple's at 22, and that's just pure chance. Engineer's done. Bonuses, got to be complete, would be my guess. Yeah, looks good. Measurement. Yeah, no qualms there. And let's take a look at your study bonuses. So, Motherload's at 14. Oh, dude, your bell's horribly under fucking leveled. Horribly under leveled. This shit needs to be 20 at minimum ASAP. You wonder why your bell's crap? This is why. You need to get this up ASAP. Fuck Motherload right now. Get your shit on bell. Hard focus that. All right, let's take a look at Slab. Let me clean up my list here. Doot. Slab-wise, some of this is obviously seasonal, but really? Dungeons are what's holding you down? Your slab could be so much clearer. Also, you do have the AOK trophy based. No Idle Skiller, no Megalodon, no Hoop, no Baller. Okay, that's just fine. That's more nitpicky. But seriously, Dungeons is holding you back on this. Do your fucking dungeons. Get your shit done. Do your dungeons for slab completion. I've got all the seasonal boxes unopened in storage, by the way. Yeah, so then you can complete even fucking more of these things, man. You just crack it all out. You can cut this down like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. if you just do a little bit of OWB work and crack out their 16, well, technically 17 and fucking 18 there, like you can drop this by 20. So that's fucking dumb easy. Crops are looking decent. You've got heavily investment in them. Sneaking. What master are you running? Okay. It's fine, I guess. Let's take a look at summoning. What are you at? So you're at 235 on glass cannon. Stones are sitting at about 3 or 4. That's fine. Beanstalk is maxed. Beautiful. Emperor 73. Love to see it. And cards. Missed ladybugs. Other than that, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. No complaints in this regard. The only other thing I say is finish up your trapping critter cards and soul card and this final insect card, and you'll be fucking golden. This is what when I tell people, oh, just get all your cards to 5-star, this is what the fuck I'm talking about. This. Juicing as many bonuses as you can out of the game. This is what the fuck I'm talking about. But that being said, folks, for you lovely folks over on YouTube, this has been another Idleon account review. If you'd like to get an account review yourself, check us out. We're live Tuesday and Fridays over on Twitch. We're happy to get to you when we can. If you'd like to get on the list for said review, it's real simple. Check out our Discord down below. We got a channel set up where you can go ahead and take a gander at that, drop your toolbox, and we're happy to get to you on stream. Until next time, folks, we'll see you in the next Idleon account review. Have a good one, everybody, and stay safe out there. As for you, Whippa, is there anything else you'd like me to take a look at for your account? I've got a few nitpicky things I need you to work on. Obviously. What am I forgetting to ask you? I don't know. You tell me. Let me rack to this. Paste. Can you rank my top 4 priorities? Number 1, do your entire fucking list of hole pushes. Number 1. And check my stores to see if it looks good. All right. But number 1, focusing on your hole content for sure. Number 2, pushing your statues. Number 3, TD. Number 4, I'd say arguably take some time to push your Grimoire and Windwalker. So working on master classes in that order, I'd say is a priority. Dude, I should start being nitpicky as fuck about quests. I should absolutely start being a nitpicky fuck about quests too. That's another story. Let's see. Nice level collection of luckier lads. I've got a few myself. Plenty of... Yeah, I mean, you literally have free floating golden food you could utilize for your builds. Nice 18.5k gems there. Plenty of candy, plenty of jewels. Yeah, I mean, storage looks fine to me. I mean, fuck me, do you have enough golden stopwatches? Surprised you didn't try to green stack these for questing unless you still have them active. Plenty of stuff that's still in storage for leveling. Some of the drop rate, obols, plenty of loot dice. Yeah, pretty normal to me. Just standard like hoarding shit and pushing green stacks to the maximum. Only 700 pickles though, and only 6 Baljo pickles. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Nowhere near enough. Also, come on, your fucking your World 5 stones, you've only got 48 of them, but the rest you're sitting at least 400. What are you doing, brother? What are you doing? But yeah, you got plenty of boxes. I mean, you're just a typical hoarder. That's fairly normal. Nothing really surprises me in terms of this, and I've seen plenty of like actual cheater accounts. So, and it's one thing when it's like super fucking uber duper obvious, but it's really not in this case. Yeah, Lil knows exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, your account looks good. Let me push this out to you here. So here's your list of improvements. Yeah, 100%. Focus on the whole content, then do statue levels, then do TD, then do masterclass shit. 100%. We'll quickly take a look at the cursed account real quick, and then we're gonna have to rush into doing some Hoi for at least an hour. See if we can get some more gameplay of that. Where did the bands hit? Where to see the list you made? In your forum post, it's a reply. Oh yeah, it annihilated your characters. Look at that. Yeah, you know what I was telling you about cheated accounts, Whippa? Yeah, your account don't look like this. Yeah, your account don't look like this. Your storage still like completely fucking cooked as well. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it fucking is. That's just cursed as shit. Oh god. And your alchemy said it got reset? Oh my god, yeah it did. Alchemy's just been fucking nuked out of oblivion. Your Kilroy got nuked as well. It's like they hard reset your progress. However the fuck that happened in World 5. Yeah, checks out. No skills, no traps, no salt lick investment, and nothing. Nothing. You pretty much got like wholly reset. Yeah, seems to be the case. A rift, top 90% player on tomes, exclusively carried by this value. Yeah, honestly, I don't know what to tell you in that regard. Yeah, and you never had any World 5 stuff, I don't think, because you were before that, so. Not a fucking clue. Hopefully you didn't oust yourself on the fucking leaderboards. You did not, in fact, oust yourself on the leaderboards. But yeah. About what I expected. Still, I'm telling you, man, just make a new account. It's way better off for you. Dump this pile of shit. Make a new account. Play the game legit. You'll have more fun and more dopamine that way. I did? Yeah, then you're fine. All right. Let's go ahead and boot up Old World Blues. Getting that going. Let me change the title and shit for that. All right. Hearts of Iron. Marbles. No, I'm going to refund that because we need to record. Yeah, not a problem, Whippa. Glad we could be of help. Enjoy your account fixins. There we go. That's getting updated. I will refund that request for marbles. There we go. All right, while that boots up, I will be right back. Tim 8. Effect skills, so my damage is stupidly insane. Yep. Statues are inherently broken. I already refunded it, Mateen. You're good. Right, we can stop copyrighted music, which is fine. All right, I'm gonna go hit the can, and I'll be right back, chat. And then we're gonna do more Old World Blue shenanigans. Statues are broken. Yeah, you farm enough of them, their values just absolutely break over. Can I double refund? No. All right, and we're back. No crime or you cannot get a double refund. Copens need. So such as the account house, it would take years and years and years. True. But I mean, in the sense that statues and how they scale their relevant stats is you can literally focus your entire account around statue farming and do just as fine. Like, it's another metric that just overflows really, really well. Load. All right. Beautiful. How to even find the values? You basically have to search for the value, and this is just basically how any like value checker works. Is you scan for a value, then you update the value by like depositing 5 or 6 statues, and then you scan again and see the differentiation in the values, and that's how you kind of determine it. Just keeping in mind, using an injector will probably get you whacked, and you'll lose that account for good. Is there a hard cap for respawn in temple? Not that I'm aware of. No, that goes there. There we go. All right, we're working on this. All right, back to the Straith Commune shenanigans. Houston, we have a problem. Houston itself, while a massive port city, is vital for both economic expansion and production. Held in the jewel of the USSA, its headquarters. Going in, we expect another derelict ruin, probably overrun by raiders and mocking irony. Instead, the entire complex is in relatively good condition. Schematics and technologies left over from before the Great War were still intact. This was in thanks in large part to the Houston governing body that descended from the USSA and kept the place in order all this time. With Bloomfield and Arizona here in Houston, we are now have even more opportunities to explore space around our planet and even beyond. We have liftoff. Again, sadly tied to a mechanic that's not fully vested yet, so you can do it, but it's a lot of like just pissing into the wind. There's a few events, but it's nothing like overtly super useful. Let's see. Basically done this. I can do entertainment broadcasts and get this done as well. May as well get the free press and all that jazz done up. So, still working on pushing out the Straith Commune, but we are surrounding their capital and their other major cities, so their industry is basically about to go out the fucking window. So we're looking pretty good on that regard. So how does this game work? Well, originally, Hoi 4 is a World War II sim, so you're playing as like Germany, France, things like that. In this case, this is total conversion, so it takes place in the Fallout universe. It's all about managing a government, doing focuses, managing national events, armies, making sure your economy's running, building facilities, so on and so forth. It's a very complex game in the sense it's a lot to take in, but the modding community for this game is great, and there's a lot of support for it and a lot of love. There's a lot of great mods out there, so it's very, very fun to play. I believe there's even a mod that lets you play as San Andreas, and you can be like gangs taking over the streets of San Andreas. I'm not even joking. Just on a tabletop 4X game. Did you ever play Romance of the Three Kingdoms? I believe I have, but not... What was it? I gotta look it up. Which one I specifically did, but nothing in recent times. Alright, the communists are gone. Goodbye, communists. Now we've got to move our troops around to account for the fact we now have a much larger border with other people. Because we need to finish up Canada. So let's get our troops in line for these operations here. I think we should be okay, relatively speaking, because I don't think there's any crossings here. No. Yeah, I think we'll be okay from that point of view. But definitely want to utilize every man that we have to take these lands and wipe it out. The Congress of the Peoples is going to be our biggest pain in the ass. So make sure we centralize enough forces on that to deal a nice chunky blow. For you guys, I definitely want to send you down here to reinforce these fronts for sure. Same with you, Ulysses. Let's go have you do this as well. So once these armies are in position... Aren't you in the Republic of Three Rivers? Oh, trust me, I am. They have split territory, so they're here and they're here. So we're going all in. We're going all in. This other army I want to ready for the Spokane State conquests. This is just fucking messy, so try to do our best with this one. With their weird contiguous borders, so we'll just get these units here and start prep planning for that. That's fine. The rest of our units will line up. Ooh, hold the fucking phone, actually. Hold on. I just noticed that. I just noticed those little crossings. Hey, Demon, how you doing? So is your goal to take over the entire world? Well, in this case, take over the United States. We started as the Enclave from Fallout, reformed ourselves under the Reformist faction, took out the NCR, took out the Legion, and started kind of rebuilding the wasteland on our image as a reformist. So we're not like complete assholes, I guess is a good way to put it. Yeah, we're going to prep our troops, and when we're ready, we're going to do good old war. Oh, God, I did not sort this out. Hold on. Just close this crap up. Close that, close that. Restart the movie industry, sure. Ooh, we're going to do a whole bunch of events. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. So you're originally the Enclave, correct. Demon, yeah, habit. You share the same color as others, so yes. How are you doing, Destroyer? Strike on Pine Nut Mine. The strike went off on that hitch. The army forces were able to secure the mine entrance with ease and after the afternoon. set up covering the mine entrance for the night. The night came. We seen the mutants underground. They were aware of what was going on as they came out in force, running straight into the army's guns. The mutants suicidally charged headlong into the bullets, lasers, and explosions. 2.3 vertebrate gunships had taken off to provide additional firepower. After 2 hours of fighting, the battle ended, and some officers were wondering if there were any left. Isn't the Enclave awful? Canonically, it depends on the kind of Enclave you encounter. We are the remnants of the Rig, so post Fallout 1. So the Lone Wanderer, or the Vault Dweller, basically blew us up. We're the remnants of the Enclave from there, and there was a split. Purists who hate all mutants and reformists were like, look, we need to be modern. We need to put aside these suicidal ideals. And we need to be the government again. We need to be a righteous government. So that's the faction we're doing. We're trying to rebuild America as an actual like democracy. So we accept ghouls, super mutants, raccoon boys. There's a bunch of shit. What happened to the Brotherhood of Steel? They went to war with us, and we ended up coming to an agreement that, look, technically you're part of the U.S. military. Why don't you just rejoin us? So they've been given their isolation, and they're just part of us. So they've got their own little faction. All right, I'm just so confused with all the variations I've heard. People call me Demon. It's probably the rarest fur. Assault in Arizona 1, the secondary beside an energy mine in the Grand Canyon. The mine itself had a few office structures that decayed over the years, but were still required to be cleared. Sailors still had functioning security systems that may have only delayed operations for a few hours. By nightfall, the mutants came out of their cave and were easily beaten back into the mines by the army forces arranged around the entrance. There were a few attempts by the mutants to break out of the mine, but apparently one of our officers was a former artilleryman and had a few friends, and thus they had a battery of 105 millimeter cannons pointed at the entrance. They nearly brought the cave entrance down. Jesus. And they're not pissed that you use advanced armor? Oh, they were pissed as shit. They were pissed as shit, and they said, okay, listen, bud. We have way more men than you. We're stronger than you. We can either A, wipe you out, or B, you can join us. They joined us. Poseidon Easy Complex Clash, the largest mine complex, as it was the central hub of all uranium mining in the park. Initial foray into the complex was during the daytime. However, mutants were hid in the buildings and threw spears and other crude weapons at our troops. More than a few tried to jump onto the vertibirds as they came in for a landing. We did have one vertibird crash after a few mutants took out the blades by being chopped up in them. The area around the crash site basically became a foothold as additional troops with jetpacks were dispatched to land and clear additional LZs that couldn't be landed in. After 12 hours of fighting, the Easy Complex was secure with demolition teams burning up any remaining mutants in the buildings. Heavy weapons teams are being set up at the entrance of the mines using auto grenade launchers and heavy ordnance to ensure the mutants didn't come back out of their hovels. The Battle of Pinion Plain. A delay had army troops land just before sun fell in the old Pinion Plain mine. In fact, the vertibirds couldn't land because of the noise of their engines caused the mutants to scurry to the surface and repel the attack. Minigun barrels glowed red, and many troops resorted to dropping grenades out of vertibirds as an attempt at landing nearly had the vertibirds overwhelmed and taken down. Thankfully, mutants are only armed with spears and other primitive weapons, which saw them easy pickings for our troops. After an hour, our troops were able to land, establish fighting positions, as well as clear out some of the adjacent structures of any mutant strafers. Heavy weapons are being set up around the mine entrance. However, we rattle things enough that they won't likely be coming out anytime soon. Perfect. With that done, we can assault the mine. Wasn't there an eastern section of the Brotherhood of Steel? Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of different factions of the Brotherhood of Steel. The like rest of the Midwest, like Chicago area, this hasn't been developed yet. This mod has been in development for a long, long time. Same for the East Coast, same for Florida. None of it's been in development yet. So it's only really been done on the West Coast into Texas and Mexico right now. That's what the development's caught up to. Slater deployed. Give him 72 hours. The Slater deployed to the remaining mines. Apparently there is a bit of a rivalry developing between the infantry-focused Scout Corps and the Slater Cavalry Corps, as both were deployed at the same time. Within minutes of making their way into the mines, each regular army contingent was reporting sounds of gunfire. Casualties so far are light and amounting to stab wounds and slashes, though nothing we haven't seen. We are maintaining a direct line to the surface via a wired radio set, learning from last time, with reports that the tunneler mounts are proving indispensable to the mines as they can traverse ceilings, grounds, and every other surface. We shall wait. Ooh. The Slater colonel in charge of the Grand County operation has reported they've halted all combat operations as they've reached the deepest part of the mines and encountered structures that, while crude, are evidence of a society of sort. Further forays into these areas are identifying young and old and there is a clear hierarchy. The Slater might be proud patriots and some kind of special kind of crazy to do what they do, but they're not mindless murderers. The Slater are holding position and they're unsure how to advance. They are seeing that the defenders of these hovels were not prime warrior stock that they've been tearing through for the past few hours. The photos confirm this. The colonel has been calling further paused operations to see if they can establish communication. In all honesty, the Slater likely see themselves in these mutants. The tunnelers are just mindless beasts, so it was easy. But these things, it's clear that they're tribes, but there's a threat to our operations and show little, if any, mercy towards the EPA and the soldiers in the canyon. Pull the Slater out, send in the humans. Yeah, let's do this. Usually we can try to be charismatic, but yeah, sorry, they killed people. It's simple as. What about South America? Only as far as like early Panama right now. It's not. They had to restructure most of the map, so it's only the U.S. at the moment. No, this is something written by Anderson Devotee, or a purist. After studying the images and drawings of the structures and caves, it seems that each mine was a unique tribe in and of itself with their own distinct culture. Leading series, they're heavily mutated descendants of the mine workers and possibly tourists who took shelter in the uranium mines during the Great War, and the radiation given off from the bombs within the mines themselves turned them into what they are today. They like it turned into cannibalism, given limited food in the mine, were at war with each other for over 200 years until we arrived to end it. Not what I wanted, but it's an outcome, I guess. It's an outcome. I think we're fine on focuses for the moment. At what point do you win? It's one of those things where you can basically call it a win whenever you like. What's that red faction on the coast? That's Canada. Queen Victoria VI. But yep, we'll keep on going. Make sure our troops are all prepped, got adequate planning, and we'll kick off the war here soon. All right, keep pushing this out. Why haven't you wiped them out? Because they're my ally. I reinstated Canada. I also reinstated Mexico as part of the lore. I've given them autonomous states. These guys in the old Spokane state are the last remnants of nations I need to wipe out. So we're prepping for war with these guys. Whispers of Hope, more base stability, rats, that sucks. Let's go ahead and... I don't really care about the radar station stuff. Poseidon Energy will fire off, sure. That's really all we care about at the moment. You can't be diplomatic? No, they refuse. I have already diplomatically annexed everybody possible. These guys outright refuse. So, kind of in a shit position on that. If I could get them into my faction, I would, but they outright refuse to do so. So we will have to, sadly, eliminate them. It's not what we want to do, but it's something we have to do. For they lay claim to American soil. Do they attack you? No, but they refuse to give me the land and let me restore, like, the dams, the cities. So it's a big problem. The Grand Canyon mines fall silent. Officers reporting that the massive mines in the Grand Canyon have been cleared until initial sweep teams finding no survivors, though secondary sweeps are being sent in just in case. However, with that, Director Colas is ready to return his teams to the area. Once we give the all clear, it's very likely the lingering presence in the form of turrets and bots will need to remain in order to assure their area is clear. Initial EPA reports from the Pinion Mine, Arizona 1 are reporting that the mines don't pose any more danger than before and that they are to be sealed up and blocked off. Colas himself is wanting to convert the old Easy Mine Complex as the main EPA branch in the area to continue to monitor and check the Grand Canyon. Though he's going to ensure that his place has top-notch security because of all that has happened. I don't blame him, honestly. So hopefully we can clean up the Grand Canyon. And we are basically prepping for store the infrastructure that makes like no sense because we're a foreign power to them. They don't recognize the United States government as being legitimate. They think we are like raiders and thieves and shit. So we're just going to have to wipe them out. Conquer their lands, restore order. I mean, they become American citizens. Nothing bad's going to happen to them. We just have to kill their armies, but they will become American citizens. Thus is their right under the law that any who have broken the law will be will be sent to a fair trial. And that is that. So it's time to fire off the advance of all of our units and begin one of the final conquests of this campaign. It's time to pull the trigger. Come on, call in your allies. There they go. What about the ones that were once killed in the onslaught? Trust me, there's a lot of people that have died. There's a lot of people that died. We slaughtered the Legion, but they deserved it. In this case, these guys just refused to acknowledge us as being the United States and refused to come under our government and are thus being defensive about it. We also just took out the rogue communists up north, so we're working on it. Also, that reminds me, you are also a rogue faction that needs to be taken out. So please be dealt with. Thank you. Where's my navy? My many multitudes of navies. You will patrol. You will also patrol. Let you guys set up in that region. There we go. So we have complete naval dominance of this region. Any of our allies want to invade, they absolutely can. Because this is the remains of a tribal federation that we want to annex. So I can give the land back to Canada. Because once we conquest all this land, it's all going to go back to Canada. If you take over the entire map, is the game says it's a win. Well, in this situation, like I could have called it a win after just reestablishing the United States, but in my mind, I want to do a full conquest, a full restore, show off the full content of this mod. Because there's still quite a bit of content that needs to be done in terms of like focuses and things like that. So, yeah, there's a lot to do still. Do you not have orders? I thought I gave you orders. I guess your orders just got wiped out. That makes sense. What else can you do after this? That's it. Once we finish this campaign, there is like over 200 different nations we could play with 200 different outcomes and different endings and styles. This mod and the sub mods included for this mod is fantastic. All right, we've honored the First Amendment. We believe in the free press as much as I am loath to do it. Last arguments of presidents. Gain annex war goals against whoever owns Ashton. Unlocks the ability to nuke Flagstaff. A bit late. Why are you loath to do it? Because it changes who runs my political party. It forces the New World Party to take over compared to my Reconstruction Party. Will could go the purist route if he really wants a challenge. I could. It's boring as fuck, though. It's really boring as fuck. Like, it's not entertaining in the least. But we could do it. Why is it boring? The purists are genocidal maniacs. They want to wipe everybody out who isn't a pure-blooded human. So slaughtering every ghoul, every super mutant, anybody who's been exposed by radiation, they want to slaughter all of them. They're the bad guy enclave. It's boring because it's a slog. Everybody's your enemy and you have to fight everybody at once. This one has a special place in the Enclave's heart. Poseidon's oil rig was her home for so long. Mothman wants your shit. As was Navarro. It was Poseidon who sheltered us through the storm of the Great War, and where so many went down when it went up in nuclear flame. Likewise, the Gecko power plant was built and run by Poseidon Energy pre-war. The restart of Poseidon Energy as the nation's main supplier of power through various nuclear and solar energy plants has made many in the Great War and beyond. Poseidon forms a very bedrock of power within our nation and gives us power. Alongside the potential for a series of commercial refueling stations once we fix America's roads. Thus, with one shrift stroke, President Granite brought back the most important company in American history. Remember the rig. So we get energy schematics, which is beautiful. That's it for the EPA as far as I'm aware. Let's go ahead and just deploy Red Team. Yeah, may as well. Let's go ahead and do the Church of the Silo. You took over the rig? No, so what happens is in the events of in Fallout 1, the Vault Dweller blows up the rig. It's canonical. The Vault Dweller blows up the rig. I think you should do a Mexico playthrough as the AI. Maybe. We'll see. I got to put it to a poll. Once the series is concluded. So we're the remnants from the rig, is why they're mentioning that the rig was their home. It's gone. It was blown up in a nuclear bomb, basically. What the fuck is this? Why are my units encircled? What the fuck are you all doing? Goddamn idiots. You're really going to give Canada back their land? Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to manage any of this. So Canada's going to get it all back. All right, fuck this. You're off of defensive duty. You're gonna have to clean up this goddamn mess. Fucking clean it up. Why not? It's not my core land. I have to core this land if I want it, and canonically it was Canadian land, so I'm more inclined to give it back to the Canadians than anybody else. No reason I need to have it. Okay, you're done, so we'll put you on this front here. Put you in the Old Believers up there. You need to be up here. Punch up here. Beautiful. You need to go this way as well. What about Caesar's Legion? Like what? Playing Caesar's Legion? Or like what happened to Caesar's Legion? We fucking crushed them. They're gone. Yeah, we retook all of Arizona. Crushed Lanius, crushed pretty much all of them. They're all just cooked. All right, go out here, wipe out the last of the believers. So still plenty to do. The Church of the Silo. 40 units have encountered a crazed religious cult inhabiting one of our old missile bases. Thankfully, they had no intention of launching the missiles, but instead were releasing and worshipping the radiation within, which of course raised some alarms, but while they were friendly at first, they eventually started shooting at us when we told them to vacate government property they were trespassing on. Thankfully, their radiation-powered weapons were utterly useless against our ghoul infantry, which we were able to rapidly overrun their defenses and secure the site. Our engineers are now working to get the base up and running, adding more missiles to the stockpile that we have in Hopeville. It seems the United States is back as a superpower, even if we don't have the whole country back. Great. 2 new missile bases. We'll come back to this later. The last argument of presidents. The sins of our fathers. Straddling the border between California and Mojave are the 2 prosperous trading towns, Ashton and Hopeville. These small towns boomed in recent years thanks to civilization's recovery. While already on our list to liberate, to simplify logistics, if nothing else, recently we picked up some sort of signals from 4 military bases. Since the area was home to ICBM, oh yeah, we already know this. So we already know the fact that the Vibe was full of ICBMs, and we're already working on taking it over. So that's perfectly fine. Next on the list, because that's everything from this section done. Let's go ahead and do Tandy's Legacy. Get all this going. Keep pushing all these units out. God, they had tank units? Fuck me. All right. Who's left in this war? I think it's literally just the Congress of Peoples and the Old Believers. Congress will collapse soon. Old Believers, close-ish. And then the Hyundai Confederation we've got to deal with. We've got a naval invade, which hopefully the Canadians will do it, because I don't want to be fucking bothered dealing with that shit. Yeah, I really hope the Canadians will just naval invade them. We'll give them their land back. Economic resurgence, beautiful. Too small to care. Yeah, it's a micro, like, semi-tribalistic faction. I can't be bothered conquering myself. If I have to, I have to, but I'd rather ideally not. Yeah, just keep pushing up into the corner. Push here, just take it all. Barney, you're done with this war, so let's go ahead and get you on the Spokane front. Let me delete these orders here, make a nice clean set of orders. So, Barney, you're going to prepare from an assault to the north, to Old Spokane. You guys are going to do the adjacent side. So anybody who's free is basically going to get thrown into the meat grinder in Spokane as soon as they are available. New EPA complex. With the mine secure, Director Colas has made good on turning the former Poseidon Easy Mine Complex into our new EPA office in the region, along with satellite offices at the other mines and some of the cleanup sites, along with heightening security in case of any mutant cannibals survive the purge. The mission of the EPA in the area is ongoing efforts to restore the Grand Canyon to its former state, along with clearing up space debris from Bomb 002, site west of it. It's likely decades before the Grand Canyon is in any state to accept tourists, but just like the rest of the nation, if it was an easy job, anybody would do it. Godspeed, Director. Why is everybody going into the meat grinder? Because they've got to fight for us. We are the meat grinder. A bulk of our armor is a bulk of our infantry is all literally just men with guns. Simply is what it is. But we have plenty of stockpiles. We got plenty of power armor, plenty of planes. So we've got a lot of supplies. All right, old believers are next on the chopping block. Okay. They need to be wiped out as soon as possible. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Wipe them out, please. Wipe them out, please. You have vertibirds? Yep, we got vertibirds. We've got attack planes. We've got a lot. War crimes. Fuck. Punish the troops. Can't be having war crimes, guys. ArcJet Systems attempted to recreate the success of Lockreed School out west. The President's administration has likewise set up a similar school out east with the former ArcJet Systems. Despite the East Coast having nowhere near as civilized or advanced as the West, there has been a surprising number of applicants with both engineering and electrical knowledge, which has made the creation of the school all the easier. Many have even noted that the aircraft engineering is simpler than electrical wiring and construction of settlements in the East, something that even our engineers are having issues grappling with. Why is the settlement system so hard? All right, Tandy's teachings. The NCR was one of the largest successor states in the West Coast, carrying the traditions of the Old World. Despite being a rebel government occupying American lands, what started off was an honest attempt at creating civilization rapidly devolving, politicians, wealthy barons, and a loose cannon military-industrial complex. In short, the exact thing we had just prior to the Great War, and they did it in half the time. Those who had power quickly centralized in the hands of the few for profit, and those who could wielded power with reckless abandon. Even when we took California, we felt the sting of the Brahmin barons and were forced to deal with them accordingly. The answer shows exactly why trying to repeat the old world would just lead to the very same mistakes. Enshrine Taney's reforms in the Constitution, I think, is a fair agreement. Taney was a good president. Could you betray and wipe out Canada if you wanted to? I mean, they're my puppet, though. Like, they don't really get a choice in whatever they get. They are my de facto puppet. The chains that bind. So as much as they may think they have power, they in fact do not have power. It's the same thing with Mexico. They're my puppet. They don't really get a choice. But you could if you wanted. I could just annex them. There's no reason I couldn't. And we're going to eat all these places. Delicioso. Boom. That is the last of the Canadians conquered. We'll install a police force, do this. We'll get the Nuka-Cola Corporation going as well. Why the fuck not? Do some Air Force reimbursements. We could do West Tech if we wanted. Radar stations are fine. The true capital of Mexico. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. With Santa Anna gone and his robot father and siblings vanquished, the cartels corralled, and the flower wars having never bloomed again, there is a rising chorus in La Yucata to return the capital to its historic center in Mexico City. The city itself has been suffering under Tialc and further burned by the flower wars. However, that has not stopped growing the movement from Baja and even to America itself. The return is no easy task for the Baja government. However, assistance from their northern neighbors and benefactor could see the Mexican flag raid over Zocalo Plaza once more. Yeah, absolutely. Let's rebuild Mexico's capital. Why not? No reason not to. All right, with these forces dealt with, how the fuck do we do this with dealing with these idiots? All right, let's. How does the game handle feral zombies? If you're talking about feral ghouls and such, they're it's its own like special unit with its own special stats. So they're unique in that regard. I can just do that. Just hit them all at once. No, don't delete the order. How long would it take you to do this? 49 days. All right, whatever. That's fine. Oh, hey, Canada's doing it for us. But they've got quite a bit beefy troops here. Hold on. I'm going to pause and have my mega fuck off navy add this to the region and naval invasion support. Please do that. Thank you. You are to never repair again. Get your ass out there. Just, for the love of God, just stop what you're fucking doing. Economic resurgence, that's fine, whatever. Canada will just keep trying to naval invade it, so will Mexico, so it's fine. For the rest of us, we're gonna focus on the old Spokane state. Get this up and running. Get this war done up. But when you have to deal with all of them? Oh, we absolutely did. We killed the super mutants. We dealt with the feral ghouls. We dealt with death claws. Like, trust me, we've dealt with everything possible in the wasteland, and we've already crushed all of them. It has been a long, bloody war. No, not just this war, but a long, bloody campaign that we, as the American government, will restore our rights to our space. How'd you go about that? Tons and tons of infantry, tons and tons of power armor, and more advanced technology. When in doubt, if you're the smarter, stronger power, you'll win. So, a lot of anti-tank, a lot of soft attack, just blitzing them down. So I'll let my troops get into position for all this. Nuka-Cola. Add jet. No, don't add jet. The fizz tastes like freedom. Yep, let's keep it that way. Let us keep it that way, because we've still banned drugs. Was a lot of territory wild with Eskimos and stuff? Yeah, a lot. A lot. Okay, let's see. Could do more reinforcements. We'll do West Tech next. I think that's all we need to do from this side of things. Once we take Spokane, we'll be able to do the legacy of Vault 100. Maxim's ideals. The Brotherhood of Steel, the erratic secessionists from the United States Army, driven by the contempt for our actions with the war effort, they are nonetheless trying to uphold the traditions of the Army by protecting people. Well, that's what Maxim tried anyway. The ideals of the Brotherhood were soon bastardized to hoarding technology, a disregard for human life, and seeing anybody outside their hollowed halls as nothing more than contempt. Made worse by a hamstring elder council who would push their problems out the door and pretend they never existed, leading to the rise of the Washington Brotherhood and Elijah. Yet they remained true to their cause and survived more than one attempted destruction by their foes, even rebuilding entire nations from the Midwest to east to Texas. Maxon's teaching seems the most sense in my book. Lions is good too. Life as technology is important too. Yeah, I think Lion's standing is better, in my opinion. How much space these factions take? It depends. Some of them were on province miners. Some of them were like huge swaths of land. It's a completely different start, to be brutally honest. Everybody's different. Sometimes they're the size of the Spokane state. Sometimes they're the size of their Brotherhood. There's no like definitive real like size. They're all unique in that regard. So we've got the Sins of Our Past coming up. Our troops are lining up for the Spokane conquest. So once they're all good to go, we'll be fine with that. In another 20-ish days, we'll be able to navally invade the tribes, which will be good. Oh my god. Yeah, they're ready and waiting to do a naval invasion here, which they're about to fire off. Yup, here they go. I don't think ours is going to fire. But then again, I don't know if they're going to be able to make it. I don't think they're landing this one, I'll be brutally honest. But our units absolutely will. We're ridiculously strong in that notion. I mean, our logistics alone just cannot be beat. We've got so many thousands of fucking robots, it's not funny. Well, we wish them the best. Economic resurgence doesn't really matter. Like my prospects about Spokane State, yeah, they're dead. Ask any Enclave old timer, they'll speak of the good old days of America where everything was perfect, nothing was wrong. Ask any old ghoul, and they'll tell you the story of a brutal military dictatorship and unhinged corporate greed. Oppression, automation, food riots, human rights abuse. We can print out all day that America was just a house on the hill, but once you look inside, you never want to look back. America was just as at fault as the communists for its own downfall. The jingle witness leaders on the rigs were too blind to see it. 170 years of smelling their own farts made them even think the worst refuse smelled like a rose. If any lesson of the Great War is to be taught, it's one America. Sure, it's back, but how long? How long until another China? How long until a new weapon leads to another Great War? Freedom of paramount. Never forget, I think, is a fair take. Yeah, we should not put profits above morals. Agreed. Let's go ahead and do the lessons of the followers. How is Spokane looking in terms of troopage right now? Troops run ready? Fantastic. You don't think you have enough forces for this? I disagree. I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be just fine. Goodbye, Spokane. Goodbye. Yep, here comes our planes shifting over the battlefield here. Yeah, they're all transitioning over, and that's basically the end for them. They cannot beat our air. Oh no, Craig Boone was wounded. Help, Boone! So, we're just wiping off the last of the nations on the continent, realistically. All that's left, minus a few outcrops, but yeah, Spokane will fall. Or Blues, West Tech. Perhaps no other pre-war corporations had effect on the post-war world like West Tech, while many know them for having created power armor, of which dominated the waste like no other. Very few today know they're responsible for the FEV. Thus, it was West Tech's products that nearly saw the wasteland evolve into the Master's twisted vision of unity, and what saved it in the form of T-51B suits. While we've effectively managed to bury West Tech's involvement with the FEV, we restarted the company as the largest producer of power armor in America, taking some of the load off our own military production lines and allowing limited sales to civilian users, such as on ships, police forces, or even more remote areas. Beautiful. They killed Boone. No, he's not dead. He's just been wounded. Boone's not dead. I think that's all major companies restored. Yeah, I think that's all companies restored. Beautiful. Mexican Declaration. I think we've already done this. That's fine. Yeah, we're looking good. Spokane's nearly done up, which is great. Once we take like Spokane and a few of the outers, we'll be fine. And then we will have followers ready for this. Are you ready for your invasion? Nope. One more day. Okay, you are ready. Go. Launch the naval invasion. Here our boys go. You guys going? Oh my god, that is such a weird and scuffed way of doing it, but alright. Treasure trove? Oh. Just do that. The Followers, the largest humanitarian organization this side of the Rockies, if not the entire wasteland. Doctors, teachers, farmers. Their focus has been providing humanitarian aid, endeared to many struggling settlements, and many view them as saviors of the wasteland. Of course, it was just as many governments, ourselves included, seeing them as radical anarchists and rabble-rousers. Further, their open policy of membership has allowed many we would see as criminals to escape the long arm of the law. Despite this, they've managed to survive for over a century and will continue to do so. Such is the enduring legacy they've put to use. There's shit options on all of these. Rebuild and re-educate, I guess. There's not a good option out of any of it. Okay, the Monsters of the East. Oh yeah, here we go. They're not stopping these landings. Thank you, Spokane. You will not be missed. All right, and with that, I should be able to do the Legacy of Vault 100. We'll do a couple of base reinforcements. Legacy of Vault 100, perfect. So yeah, we're 100% landing here. They cannot beat our army, even with a naval penalty, even with all the bad shit. Yeah, it's over. Traders from the southern empires. I mean, just give us fruit. We'll take fruit. Perfect. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, it's all over for him. Yeah, we've basically won this. The Golden Phoenix. The Enclave Interim Administration today oversaw a monumental event commemorating the return of Mexico City as the rightful capital of the Mexican people. The began with a somber tone honoring those who lost their lives in the Great War, suffering under Teal'c and his robot sons, the Aztec, Mayan Flower Wars, as well as a special event dedicated to the Republic of the Rio Grande. Special appearances by the American President Granite gave a moving speech about the strengths and endurance of the Mexican people, as well as reaffirming the close ties between the two nations. Perfect. Mexico City's been restored. Did you revive Vault-Tec? I did. We buried a lot of fucking history there. We buried a lot of history in those vaults. Ooh. Okay, this is related to Vault 100. The old country, in an attempt at civilization, was born from Vault 100, whose insidious test was exposing half the vault to radiation. Those that survived turned to ghouls, and those who didn't go feral became the old country. The humans of Vault 100, however, went on to form the Rot Purgers, a raider faction that terrorized Western Washington in their crusade to remove the affliction that mutated their Vault compatriots. By now, however, they are forced to be reckoned with in Washington, or were until we showed up. Much of their fanatical members lay dead before our feet, and those who survived are ranting about their leaders who will save them. Granted, when one of them is a self-styled Raider Crusader, and some mutated women from a lake, and someone who gets all this information from an 8-ball toy, we're not that concerned. Strange woman, 8 balls, and distributing fucking weird shit. Vault-Tec is a nasty company. Yes, it is. All right. We have done that. Let's go ahead and talk about getting Canada his lands back. Great border debate. Let's do that. Let's go back to 22 Snail. Nice. So in 10 days, we'll be able to flip back. But that's officially all the nations done. Just us, Mexico. I was about to say, you ain't fucking free yet, son. You still got debt to pay. And the bastion of the American Brotherhood, which is I am happily inclined to let be. We are officially done. We've conquered the... I don't know how you have that land, but that's fine. We've officially conquered the wasteland, so we're going to get... Mexico's paying you money and resources and factories. So that's just the price you pay. Let me see if I can find the total here. From trade is 206. From subjects is 216. Yeah. And we have quite a few factories. Quite a few. So, Monster of the East is nearly done. Perfect. I mean, if we really wanted to, we could try war economy.
Big brain time.
Oh, Jesus. We could do Enclave Academy at this point. Like, political power is not super relevant. Yeah, loyal officers as well. We're doing open markets. A lot of good stuff out here. So, Caesar and his legion. To say the legion was flawed, it was an understatement. However, no one can deny Edward made gold out of lead, turning disparate tribes of Arizona into a military superpower that gave the NCR a run for its money, that even took on our troops in power armor, yet the Legion followed Caesar, not his ideals. Many that knew him when Mr. Swallow was removed from the picture, the Legion would collapse to infighting. We know it. It was a contingency plan with the bastard. Taking those mistakes in stride, the success of the Legion that could be applied to the United States. The people should follow American ideals, not the president. Agreed. All right, and that's that for that tree. We've done this. We've done this. Still got a kind of a few here. Sorta. So we'll just crack these off real quick. Raise the banner high. Get these last ones done. It just can't be done. Well, why not? There's been a byword for debate raging among diplomats since we restored Canada as a subject to the border. It appears that the powers to be have made it nigh impossible to set the border a straight line, unlike Mexico, that has been causing a diplomatic row. Suffice to say, those who are shedding tears over a nice, clean, straight line will have to live with the fact the situation at hand does not allow for it anymore. We'll be wasting time to try to come to that conclusions. Yeah. The northern border. With the annexation of Canada in the past, the pre-war government went to great effort to erase the border or mentions of the border from the records. Even our own records are incomplete, as our predecessors firmly believed that Canada was a sovereign American territory. We have no mentions of the 49th parallel, which is what means to us is lost. To settle this, the State Department has sent out their best to New Victoria to hash things out. Leading the American mission, of course, is R.K. Gannon. His interest in building better relations with the Northern Dominion has been working with our diplomats to set about a fair border that advances both of our interests. Canadians have sent a team of cartographers from the Royal Survey Office, led by the Queen's own son, Prince Edward. Thankfully, Gannon was able to strike up a rapport with the Prince. Hopefully that's all they've struck up. Together, they've used caravan maps and some old Arizona maps from the pre-war to determine the layout of the border. However, more than a few have accused them of being too generous to Canada, while others are commenting the border looks ugly. The last party has been told to deal with it. I trust Canada to get the job done. So we're going to try to sort out the border with Canada. Oh boy. What can you do? So at this point, we're basically doing a waiting game. We're going to sit here and fast forward time and see what we can do. I'm going to disband our mega armies. We don't need them anymore. The boys can go into retirement. You have served the country well. At this point, everybody can kind of just chill out in California. You can chill out in like the Midwest. You can chill out down in Mexico and Texas and Arizona. All of y'all can have a great time and just kick back and relax. There's no need for wars. There's no other factions that'll pop up. We are good to go. All right. Let's see. I think that's really it that all we need to do. Making sure there's nothing else I need to run. Unite the Tri-Cities, that's fine. That just turns one of the Tri-Cities in Washington into one state rather than multiple. So that's okay. But yeah, I mean, we're coming to a conclusion here, chat. We're coming to a conclusion. Unless Mexico or Canada decides they don't want to put up with the America anymore in attacks, they don't have the numbers and they don't have the tech. Yeah, Canada has 20 troops to their name. Mexico has 150. We have 500. So it doesn't matter. The Washington Covert Accords. Granite and Queen Victoria signed the Washington Covert Accords today, laying to rest the growing diplomatic row over the border between the United States and the Canadian Dominion. Queen Victoria VI gave a speech shortly after, thanking the United States for their cooperation in providing the best for Canada's future, and particularly the actions of R.K. Gannon and Prince Edward, who were the primary architects behind the accord. Granite has asked that the criticism of the border not following pre-war lines was dismissed, as there were more important things to deal with in the post-war world than where a line was in the map. He was refusing to hear any further questions about the shape of the border, instead focusing on the continued American support. We now should be able to give them back their territory. Where is it? U.S. border. Oh, God. Fire in the hole. Don't crash the game. Please don't crash the game. Please don't. I beg you. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. It crashed last time. No, this is the first time doing it. It just takes a bit because it's transferring 174 provinces. So I'm inclined to give the game some fucking breathing room. There we go. Would you look at that? The Dominion of Canada, the United States, and the Republic of Mexico. Goddamn beautiful. Goddamn beautiful. Mexico, the land of the sun. Hear the words of an old ghoul. Not everybody has listened to Raul. Could go on for 10 minutes about the future of Mexico, but some people read what he wants to say. Play the events with audio. And that was Mexico's ending. I'd say that's a pretty good one. Mexico's doing a lot better. So cool. We continue on with our own work here. So finishing up all of our important focuses while we blow through time. I mean, realistically, I think it's time to put our men to rest. They deserve a good long nap. Let's disband the units. Let them put them down. Now Mexico has the tech to flatten us. No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. We helped redevelop Mexico. They wanted independence. We gave it to them under the stipulation that they give us resources. We help rebuild it. They're not going to attack us. This is not how this timeline is going to work. If they did, we have more nuclear weapons than they do. It's not going to happen. The Warriors of Honduras. Let's get that done. And just keep chewing through time. That's all we can do. Yeah, because the less units I have, the faster I can speed up the process. So we're just going to go ahead and disband some more men and just let everybody rest. Kind of blow through time as fast as we can. Because the rest of this is all like non-event stuff. We still got a few events we can do some clicks on. So other than that, we're perfectly fine. Just a fan of stirring the pot. You're trying to stir the pot with AI that can't hear you. And I have like fucking 2,000 hours in this game. I have seen every dumbass AI play, and I know every cheese in the game. I am living comfortably. We are living in Power Trip Central right now. Ain't no stopping this train. Look at the radio cracking off, and let's just keep chilling. Doing our focuses. The Warriors of Honduras. As we advance further into Mexico, we caught wind of Guerreros de Honduras, a militaristic nation claiming to be fighting off the horrors of South America. Thing is, no one can quite agree on what lies south of Honduras and the Darien Gap. Traders from South America claim that the raider nations and monsters of the jungle, and we're inclined to believe the Hondurans, despite appearances, they're a stable and sizable government in the south, and are more open to receiving additional assistance from the United States. You guys like power armor? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Honduras is back. Here you go. Yeah, you guys like power armor? Yeah, you're now our little shit. And surprisingly, they actually kept their focus tree. That's kind of crazy. They usually don't. So what's left in the mod we haven't seen? Area 51, finishing up Nuclear Command, Restoration of Navarro, finishing up the DOD tree, finishing up the Arsenal Democracy tree. Not as much like Conquering, because we've basically already done that. It's more like final touches on things. So, I mean, we'll do the text clave, but as far as I'm aware, these just grant focuses. Just war goals. But we'll get them done nonetheless. If they just do war goals, then I'll just ignore them. But yeah, we've still got some stuff, and then we got the flavor ending. Self to Kingdom Come Again. Do you run with the CAF systems on? Yeah, I do. It's right there. Well, I'm running NCR dollars, but yeah. We're bum fucking rich. Eventually gets to the point where money is irrelevant because there's no way that you can actually cost enough money like to do troops, realistically speaking. Like it's so dirt cheap. The economy system needs to like realistically, if I just shut it off, my performance would definitely improve. Yeah, okay. They're just giving me war goals. So we'll do Operation Domino. We'll go ahead and get no, I won't bother changing this out or this. Yeah, I'm not too particularly worried. We can more or less downsize everything we own. Bata Company's fine. We got a bunch of pre-war. Yakima. It's all beautiful. Oh, okay. In a historic event, the United States has formally reestablished ties with the Honduran government, reestablishing its embassy in the Central American nation's capital. Both the American President Granite and the Honduran leader Comandante Luis addressed the crowds and reporters, announcing the nation hoping for a brighter future. Aside opening American ports to exotic Honduran goods, the United States has agreed to supply the nation with seats of T-45 power armor to assist them with their fight against South American raiders. Critics say these raiders are a myth, but that was drowned out in the festivities, followed by the announcement. Okay, they like us a lot more. Sure, that's fine by me. Why not? All right. Oh yeah, Recon, Boulder Center, yeah, a lot of good stuff here. But I mean, we're basically at the end for it. So what can you do? Still have war goals against who? Mexico. I'm not going to annex Mexico. They're my little babe, so I'm not too particularly worried. And Honduras declares war. Yeah, I'm sure they'd lose because they can only attack Mexico, and Mexico's got 150 troops. Honduras has 0. Perfect. Operation Domino, east of our control of the Nevada, out in the wastelands, the anarchy of law. So this is just talking about New Canaan. So we're able to finish all that. Which is a lot of this is just more like fill in the gaps. This just adds forts. So we'll get that finished up. These would have been relevant during the Legion War, but we blew through the Legion through the coup d'etat of Operation Augustus and everybody breaking up into multiple factions. So we ended up not having to do that. So we'll come back to those guys last. Let's take a look up here. So military propaganda, got to finish all this out, but I don't believe there's events tied to these. There is some. Cavalry Corps has a few. What are logistics doesn't have none, but we'll blow through all of these as best we can. So for now, we will focus on. I think realistically, yeah, I'll get this all finished up. If there's events, we'll pop into that. If not, we'll move down over to Navarro and just kind of work our way up and around. So no big deal. So we'll finish up the Colorado line, get all that fun stuff, and just keep finishing our focus tree. Now we sit here and we relax as we finish our focus tree and don't have to worry about shit. Ugh. Trying to wrap up the big old season finale. I will be going over stream just for this alone. Because, yep, I want to get this all done and wrapped up, and then I'll get a poll posted probably this weekend probably tomorrow to determine what we will be what we were doing in the future. So we got a few options I'm going to poll. But as it sits, we're just chilling. So what do you all play? It's mostly Idleon? Not really. I'll do account reviews for Idleon. That's my big thing. But in terms of like other games, I mean, we've played Balatro, we've played Peak, we've done obviously Hearts of Iron. Like we've done quite a few things. So I've got a lot of variety on the channel. If you want more specifics, I mean, our YouTube channel has most of the good stuff uploaded there. That's really your best bet for that. Balatro is funny. Yeah, Balatro is a good game. All right, let me. Yeah, if BAF is still going to be able to do it, we'll be doing Peak on Friday with BAF. So we'll see about that. I think we're all good here. Yeah, if I do that, I'll just immediately annex them, which I don't really particularly need to worry about. Yeah, not what I'm talking about. Also, slightly wrong. I'm at 1052, so. New World Tricks. Much has changed on the North American continent in the past 200 years since America left. First and foremost, many of the horrors of the pre-war world that were hiding just under the surface or sealed beneath the classified label. Many of those horrors have been found, and just as many more have joined by some post-war mutated horrors. The Legion may take pride in terrorizing a town by crucifying everybody, but let's see how they like it when we drop a death claw on their heads. Yeah, you can do a lot of vile shit in that war. So with the New World Tricks and the Old World ways, you can do so much fucked up shit. We're not going to be able to do the Vulpes run because we're not. We dealt with it. We caught the bastard. We sentenced him to death. We've got quite a bit going on here, but yeah, the next goal is to restore Navarro, get this all funded up, get Area 51 done. We can finish the teams if we want, but there's no real other events tied to this since we've already done the concise machine. We could do the Monroe doctrines, but this is more buffs. These don't give any events, so we'll just keep chewing through it and see how we feel. Just keep chewing through it. So for you, it's an hour and 5 minutes. Yeah, give or take. Keep working our way downtown, walking fast. How the fuck are you guys still alive? That's okay, that's a bug. Oh my god, all the nuclear cannons that we just have sitting here. My god. Yeah, unlimited stockpiles of guns and weaponry. Just guns and guns and guns. How long are you going to stream go for? Typically I end in 6 minutes, but I want to get this whole series wrapped up tonight. So probably going to go over by another like 30. Psychological operations is the attempt to influence, disrupt, corrupt, or usurp adversarial human decision-making processes through the employment of propaganda, audio disruption, visual hallucination, demoralization, and intimidation. While the United States pre-war lacked against its adversary in China, the Enclave has learned much over 200 years, and it's something the Legion isn't prepared against when most of their efforts are at re-educating tribals and not dealing with America the Beautiful blared over loudspeakers every night. There's still a bunch of tribals anyway. We'll go ahead and get started, and just to check that that's all done, perfect. We'll get started on the restoration of Navarro. It's our next big jumping off point. Oh my god, yeah. Luckily our troops are all hunky-dory. The American Brotherhood's done its thing. They're just doing their own. The Republic of Mexico is already done its focuses, so it's going. Yeah, a lot of these nations don't get super advanced focus trees because they become federal bastions temporarily. And that just kind of is what it is. Did I end up getting any of the airplanes I wanted? Not really, no. So that's okay. Return to Navarro. We've retaken Navarro, and for many of our oldest members of the Enclave, it holds more than simply taking back some land. After the rig went down and the base went from being a simple refueling outpost to a fortress, God, was the last stand before we were scattered. Yeah, I can't fucking speak apparently today. Many of the survivors of the battle broke down where they saw friends and family die. Others seemed to be at peace, knowing their sacrifice wasn't in vain. Many of the dead were dumped into a mass grave in the army mortuary affairs division, going through and identifying them for proper military burial. All this strength and resolve to see Navarro transformed into the largest base on the West Coast, a massive installation whose size would rival that of Shady Sands. With shovel in hand, the Army Corps of Engineers is ready to begin. Federal bastions? Yeah, basically my puppets. They become federal administration's early puppets when they were much smaller. To whom will lend the base and restore the Navarro Underground? So to whom will lend the base? Let's take a look at that guy. Oh, keep on 5-speed. Keep chewing through. I don't think we need to construct any more power grids. I think we're basically done, right? There's no other construction. Nope, that's it. Well, you've got it all constructed. I mean, better yet, what's our compliance look like? Wow. We've cored like almost all of it, which is fucking insane. My god. Yeah, just missing a few here and there, and that's mostly, I think, because the resistance needs to go down. No, this is all cored now. Shit. That's just mental. All right. Looking good. Looking good. Ugh. Yeah, we just keep on waiting. Realistically, if I wanted to, I could do... Here, we'll do some Hoover Dam repairs. We'll do another development project. Why not? Spend some political power, make things better for everybody. Why not? Why not? The name Navarro. As we continue to build and expand on Navarro, a certain disagreement has cropped up among the branches that is causing much contention among the officer ranks leading the construction. It threatens to delay everything. The central issue is who's going to take lead on the base? Who will be the primary garrison? Who will the base's name reflect? While all are in agreement to keep the name Navarro, the Army wants to call it Fort, the Navy a base, the Air Force and the Marines chimed in as well. Thankfully, work is continuing on schedule for the time being, but it's only a matter of time before the officers start playing politics and screwing each other over to try to gain a lead. For Granite, who normally was above such matters, being he was the president of the United States, saw Navarro's importance on American history as too significant. He was not going to let a petty squabble over naming conventions ruin its reconstruction. During one heated debate among the officers that was meant to settle the matter, Granite walked in on the meeting, much to the alarm of every officer in the room, and though they were all at attention, the room was silent. Grant looked over at them and calmly spoke his decision. It will stay as it is, you fucks. It will be called Navarro. That is it. It is Navarro. Calm yourselves. And we will restore the Navarro Underground, which I believe this gives us a research slot, if I recall correctly. But yep, our focus right now is on the coastal base of Navarro. And its beautiful province full of good stuff and some tech. And where we had some Patriots armed and ready, which was beautiful. Apparently our roads are like completely fucked, or that's just a visual bug. That's a visual bug. Because I literally don't think we're repairing anything else. No, we're using some of our factories on consumer good projects, and I could realistically cancel all this trade. I think most of our stuff's being shipped out to our other units. Yeah, Canada is buying a shitload of scrap from us. A lot of goods in general. Yeah, Canada is apparently starving for scrap metal and giving us quite a few factories in return. Like, quite a few. Yeah, 243 from trade is kind of insane. Then if I go to war economy, yeah, we have plenty of factories. Plenty of factories. So we're going to be just fine. And then we'll have this done in a few days and keep on going on. We're coming to an end here. Oh my god, the super ships have all been being shit out over time. Yep. Plus, not to mention, we've eaten like... Oh, our aircraft carrier's done. That's crazy. We've basically been sitting here stealing everybody's navies, so we've got like a massive amount of battle groups and shit like that, so it's totally not surprising that we've grown to the size that we are. And then, autosave kicks in, and then in 5 days we'll have the Navarro Underground. So we'll be able to deal with that. Subject may soon raise its autonomy. That's fine. The Navarro Underground. On the surface, Navarro was simply a vertibird refueling station. Underneath, it was a vast complex of scientific labs, laboratories, repair shops that were the envy of anything in the wasteland. Made the more impressive by the fact it was secured by an advanced series of teleporters. However, during the siege of Navarro, we were forced to sabotage the network to keep the NCR and Brotherhood out. Seems the Brotherhood fixed a few things, but utterly destroyed it when the relations to the NCR went south. Technicians have stated the network is beyond repair and since access to the main power system as well as the other teleporter paths are near impossible to get to assess their damages. Thankfully, we had access to the schematics, thanks to a few enterprising individuals who took them when we fled years ago. Not so thankfully, that means we'll have to do it the hard way. Yikes. Does that mean we have a decision chain we've got to go down now? Which really wouldn't put it past the game to do that. But I think we're okay. All right. The naval access, we can get this done. The barracks or the airfield. I would say... let's just get the naval annex finished, get the naval bases added, and just keep chewing through that. So if any more fun events pop up, I'll let you guys know. Now back to the winning game, back to the winning game, back to the winning game, back to the winning game. Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that. Yeah, we're looking just fine. Organizations look fine. That's looking good. They're doing their own thing. We're building the Hoover Dam. Yeah, we still have many turbines if we really need it, but realistically, we have no need for power. Yeah, we have 3,000 power. It's realistically nothing. It's realistically nothing in comparison to what we usually would have. Yeah, Nibble Nards to be done, dry docks, then the Marine barracks, then we finish up the Enclave barracks, this, and then I'd probably say the Navarro Arsenal, Navarro Airfield, get all this done. Training simulator as well. We'll do Fortress Sierra also. What else? Yeah, we'll do Fortress Sierra and then go down our way towards Area 51's restoration. So doing the Big Empty, investigating the labs, the elephant in the room, all these fun little ones that we need to work on. But as it sits, we're looking pretty good. Raise Wasteland Intelligent budget. Oh, I don't care. Permanently adds 1 operator slot to your income. Sure. New citizen care package. Sure. Sanitation development's not a bad idea. Slipways aren't bad. I mean, can I just do a bunch of stimulus checkies too as well? We're going to start giving out stimmies to everybody who wants one. Yep. Everybody's getting a stimulus check. All the development. All the money. There we go. We are so unconcerned with money at the moment. We don't need it anymore. Get the army barracks. What's the local population of Navarro look like right about now? It does not tell me. Oh, about 15K. That's not bad. To everybody be hooked on drugs? Nope, drugs are banned. Drugs are banned. No, no, no. You are not allowed to do drugs. Not in this America. We'll do Enclave Academy. Get that going. Now we're slowly losing that. Marine Barracks is complete. Let's do the airfield. Get that all done. Yeah, this is about to turn into a powerhouse. All those free naval dockyards and the fact that I don't utilize fucking any of them other than making the occasional carrier every couple years. Yeah, it checks out. There we go. Damn, this thing got expensive as fuck. Oh yeah, definitely expensive as fuck. All right, radar station. From protectorate to federal state, which is fine. Basically, they get a bit more autonomy in that regard. So they can't become free yet, and they hopefully will not. Because I will fucking kill them if they try to break free. You will stay America. We own you, shitbird. Oh, interesting. We found something. When the Enclave first set out to reclaim America, we used the Advanced Power Armor Mark I, the most advanced system at the time. However, the designs for it were lost when the rig went down. We've been forced to use the XO1 prototype Advanced Power Armor. While some of our officers and elites continue to wear the Mark I models, repair proved hard and replacements impossible. That all ends today. Our network excavation teams restored much of Navarro's old data networks after it was locked and seemingly purged when the Brotherhood tried to data mine it for technology. While much of that was recovered were old report logs, we actually we recovered the parcel schematics for the Advanced Power Armor Mark II. Our engineers can work with this data and completely recreate what we once had. It will take some time, but as soon as we have the best power armor this side of the Forbidden Zone, just don't catch Jordan out of you. So cool, Advanced Power Armor schematics, which should means I think we can research the fucking thing. Right? Yeah, AP2, why not? Why the fuck not? It's the end of the campaign, but still, why not? All right. We're still chewing through the Navarro focuses right now. So we've done the naval side, no events there. We're doing the Air Force side, so we're going to do the hangar next, the Air Force training simulator. Just keep working on Navarro's restoration. Keep you guys up to date on that. We just keep blowing through time. Best thing we can do right now. This has been a fun campaign, I think, in my books. It's been a very, very fun campaign. I think we had a lot of good times. Obviously, it was rough at the start before we had to deal with some bullshit, and I had to go and replay the game up to a point just to be able to fucking record again, which sucked. But, it's kind of one of those is what it is moments. Oh my God. Yeah, sure. Final leader for the party. Yeah, now if we really wanted to, we could buy all of anything we wanted from these people. The Van Graffs actually won't. The Gunrunners maybe. Oh yeah, the Gunrunners let us buy some like ballistics and shit, so yeah, not really a huge deal. Scavengers found something. The Mavens would sell us a few things, but we don't have the opinion for all of it. Okay, and then we're going to do the Army Barracks, which is great. Just keep chewing through. All of our members are all veterans. Yeah, veterans or regulars, but pretty close to being veterans. Power surge is fine. Army Barracks done. Beautiful. Restore Navarro's defenses for the Chase defense system, which is going to be nasty as shit. Because I believe it's these guys. Yeah, they fucking really hurt. Really, really hurt when you're trying to fight these normally. It is rough. Basically, they're a massive network of guns that run up the coast of Alaska in the lore, but they are really, really strong. But we can at least repair it around the surrounding provinces, so not going to be a bother anymore. Well, not like anybody can invade us anyway. We'll do the arsenal. I think it's just more fitting. Got plenty of planes, plenty of assault tanks, vertibirds, air defense systems, Horgan power armor, 100,000 robots on both sides, 100,000 power armor, missile launchers, so many, nearly 1 million pulse energy rifles, which is just fucking incredible. Yeah, we've got so much shit. Yeah, Minuteman missile launchers we can manufacture, Securitrons, battle tanks. So much shit. Now, with Navarro done, we're going to finalize with the Fortress Sierra. So Navarro is all built out with all of its facilities. It's received its chase defense guns. She is a strong, strong gal. She can defend herself. So we'll finish up Fort Sierra, then we'll drive on down here to finishing up Area 51, get that all up and running, and yeah, move on from there. We've still got to do some of the stuff for here, but this stuff takes quite a bit longer. There is no real events tied to this, as far as I remember. Same with just adding these teams. We can't even get this because we're not running FEV, so that's fine. We found something else. Ooh, we've cleaned up the most of the underground. It seems that the Brotherhood did a number on them too. Armories emptied, workshops destroyed. All in all aside, the power armor, it seems this endeavor was only worth as much as creating a massive network of tunnels under the base. That was until we broke into the last room and there was nothing more than a fuel maintenance bay. Sifting through the wrecks, we found a long-dead Enclave soldier locked into a supply room. In their hands was blueprints and schematics for the next generation of Vertibird, its gunship variant. This would have been nice to have a while ago. Well, we managed to keep a few. Most went east with Autumn, leaving us with only transportation versions that were left behind. With a vertical takeoff and landing dedicated cast gunship, our frontline forces will be unstoppable. Yeah, sadly, a bit too late for us to utilize it, which is okay. We were able to make do with the ships that you get at the start, or the planes you get at the start, and you're able to kind of just coast off of them enough. So Navarro is more or less fully repaired up, and we're looking pretty hunky-dory. Got vertibirds. Got new armor, Plenty of the good stuff. Now on to Area 51. Let's go ahead and investigate the labs. Let's find out what's actually in those labs. Let's find out if the A's are real. So we're nearly done. We got to do this, finish these areas up. The DOD doesn't really have anything, minus a few of these. Yeah, because anything that has to do with, like, not getting events, we're just going to basically blow right through. Okay. That's ahead of schedule. With Area 51 under control, Enclave scientists are sifting through the remnants of the reams of pre-war data. It appears that the pre-war United States was monitored by vast intellects, cool and unsympathetic, and their technology was studied by the military. We could pick this research up, but there may be consequences. Press every button we can find. The A's are real. Ever since we started putting the vertibird gunships in the air, the Navy's been taking a keen interest, so we're able to get the VB-02C Seabird. Okay. And then we got new tech. We've got plasma. Oh my fucking god. I forgot how much shit was in here. Yeah, get the plasma going. Why not? Put that on to the front line. As for Cass, dump the old piece of shit interdiction fighters. Let me have my goddamn vertibirds. There we go. V2 gunships. Give me my gunships. We got plenty of factories for ya. Just get it going. Okay, now we're hurting on aluminum. We can roll that back a little bit. Deathclaw's in our team. That's a pretty normal day for us. And then we'll be done with labs here in just a few days. Prepare the next turbine. Yeah, we're slowly repairing all the turbines, getting Hoover Dam up and running, which is great. I think we're all good, more or less, on this. Vertibird design team. Freeman's we could arguably replace with somebody else if we really cared. But not too particularly worried. Investigate the labs. Deep below the base, at the center of some of the most advanced top-secret research ever conducted on this planet. This is what was hidden away for only the eyes of the President and the Joint Chiefs that required the highest clearance in the land to even talk about. Pilot research into the blue flu, the deadliest of pre-war diseases, plasma weapons that are seemingly not of this world, and of course, the secret we've been holding on to since Roswell, an actual alien body. Kept in stasis for 3 centuries now, the body lay at the center of a series of cloning and biological tests, some of which we sent to West Virginia while the body remains in stasis. The data, of course, has been corrupted, and that's been a matter of... it's going to be a matter of time before we can recover this. What's more was the blue flu was dangerously close to accidentally being released upon the world once again, which would have tore its way across the wasteland with no way to stop it short of FEV mutation. Good thing we arrived when we did. Yeah, good thing we did. Let's see what that weird... see what that alien's teeth look like. Weird teeth. For now, it does nothing. Yeah. Stuff that needs to be built on, which I have no problems with. This is a great mod. Alright, the elephant in the room. Get that going. Keep chewing through focuses. But yeah, the plan is if there's like no events tied to doing shit in the DOD, we're just basically going to finish them up. So in the case, like, there's nothing tied to this. None of these, so we might just turn on Instafocus and blow through a couple of them as well, just because there's no challenge. We're done. We're just sitting around waiting. Yeah, it'll be fine. We're basically coming to a close on the series, so that's okay. Just because I want to make sure everybody gets as much content out of this mod as best as possible. That's the big thing. Hydrate, I shall. Oh, there goes the Mexican Navy off the corner of the screen. Got new operatives. We didn't really utilize the intel because it's a bit cheap to do so. Or in space, rather. From what we've known the centuries at this point, we are not alone. Ever since the crash at Roswell in 1947, we've been aware. We've designated them Zetans for reasons we've since forgotten. We know they've been watching us, studying us, abducting us. They are not friendly. They do not come in peace. They don't want to negotiate. They even took a sitting U.S. senator, and we found his dissected corpse floating in the Potomac just before the Great War. Sadly, most of our knowledge on them went down with the rig, and Callahan and the rest of Enclave Intelligence are trying to piece together what we can. Seems something if something happens, we must be ready, and it's not like we can send nuclear missiles to their homeland. There are rumors that something found out in New Mexico years ago brought here, but for the time being, we can only sit and wait. That's not very comforting. Yeah, more stuff that hasn't been fully fleshed out yet, which I hope it does. I really hope it does. All right, we'll do Area 25 and keep chewing through our timeline here. I mean, realistically, if I want to have some fun, hold on. We're gonna make like super behemoth's death claws. Oh god, no. Just stick with infantry, okay? We're gonna make a mega unit here. These guys are gonna be the toughest sons of bitches we can manufacture. Absolutely massive motherfuckers. Yeah, with heavy AA. Oh yeah, these guys are gonna be deadly as shit. Vertebrate support. Boom. This is a nasty fucking unit. Especially given the combat width in some of these places is pretty damn ludicrous. So it's rough. It's rough for sure. I mean, we have the political power. We may as well do these radar arrays as well. That's all fine. That's all fine. Nothing to do there. We can do a rocket, I guess, if we really wanted to. It would be to go to war with the Zetans. I mean, yeah, if the Zetans were real in the sense that they're not a nation, they don't really do anything. I mean, we would absolutely win hand over fist. All I have to do is sit there and spam out 200,000 units of robots because we absolutely can. Because all I got to do is just add more support robots to this. And keep in mind, I'm just going to keep adding support robots. Look how their stats go as I just add more and more. Looks fairly normal, right? Okay, and then we add the things that make them work. The CNC attachment. We go ahead and give them dogs. We go ahead and give them vertebrate assault squads. We go ahead and give them knights, and then we give them what's it called? The heavy AA battery. And these are all robots. All of these are robots, and the manpower for this is 164 men. That's it. 164 men, and it's all fucking robots. They're incredibly expensive, though, is the problem. You kind of do in Fallout 3. Yeah, but Fallout 3 is different. I like the Zetan. The Zetan DLC, Mothership Zeta. Dead or baked, but it's about what you expect for a Fallout 3 DLC. Rock Valley. Pre-war, the military began conducting research on what exactly the post-Fallout would be. Essentially, the area around 2045, or around Area 25, the facility ran a series of tests, of underground tests that replicated the real-world environments and then dosed them in radiation to discover the results. While the seemingly destructive and fruitless tests, the Great Wars proved the naysayers wrong. The data recovered from the site allowed us to put recommendations into practice, allowing our troops to better operate in various scarred environments we find ourselves in. There we go. Area 27, a physics research center. Okay. Keep on going, trucking. Flat men. Yes, all the men. More men. God, the weekly stability gain sucks ass. I'm eating too much weekly stability. But I mean, at least we're getting weekly war support. I'll give you that. Rocket ready? Okay. I'll show it to you guys on stream, but there's just nothing to do for the rocket. Yeah. 5% chance of like fuck all is basically what it turns into. So we'll just keep clicking those for the time being. Our ship was destroyed once to reach stable orbit. Yeah, there's literally nothing. there. Like you can just, all you get is bad events. There's no point in doing the rockets for the fact they cost $1 million, and that's just simply it. That's all it is. Let's go ahead and replace our old power armor with our new power armor. Why not? Why not? And then a few more days, we'll get to Area 27 done. Jasper Labs. Jasper was a brilliant experiment using a 2-stage high-energy shotgun, not shotgun, to achieve shock pressures, temperatures, and strain rates similar to those obtained in a nuclear weapon. The test continued well into the 2060s before they were shut down to allocate funding to the war effort. These tests allowed Vault-Tec to create the vaults to ensure the rig was capable of surviving a nuclear explosion. These tests ensured America's survival, something their scientists and engineers probably didn't think about. However, our scientists and engineers have noted that the last series of tests used mass driver technology, which they think can be miniaturized given enough time, allowing us to, in future, recreate our Las Gauss rifles. I love that. Area 6, a power experiment funded by the Great War. Pandora's Box, got a whole bunch of crap. I believe this just give us just power. That's all it does. And then these actually give us events and things. So we're just chewing through. That ragged old flag has been up there for 500 years, ripped, torn, used, and abused. It's been stepped on, burned up, and betrayed, paraded by men and women who turned a dream it once held into a nightmare. Before the Great War, the United States was a diseased husk of greed, ambition, nationalism. When the Enclave returned, what had once been the spirit of the free had been turned into a demon of avarice, hypocrisy, and jingoism. It is ironic that in order to save the Enclave, by and large, save America, it needed to be destroyed, but the dream lived on, carried by the survivors of the Enclave, and raised alongside by those who were once considered enemies, representing more about the United States was meant to be more than anything that was ever considered on the rig. The scars remain, perhaps they will never fade away, but times have changed once more. For the first time since the bombs fell, that very flag flies over land once more, over the families, over the family and the home, over the workers in the factory, over the teachers and students, over the soldiers on the front line. Not just humans, but super mutants, ghouls, and even those who were not even human to begin with. All yonder under that ragged old flag. Absolutely. 100% legitimacy. Thank you very much. Still got to keep chewing through events, but we're nearly there. Oh, yeah. These don't give me events as far as I'm aware. Same with these. I think realistically, I'm just going to turn on the debug for instant focuses. So, Y for instant focus command. What is it? Focus.autocomplete. Okay. Send up another rocket. See what the fuck happens to it now. Well, we're fine. But again, you get nothing. Yeah, have a good night, demon. You get nothing for doing it. That's just my gripe. Yeah, Area 6 was nothing. Focus dot autocomplete. Yep, that's fine. Fortress America, nothing really there. Enclave propaganda, definitely need to do that, but let's see. Areas 23. Mercury Operations Center. Well, not exactly Los Alamos or Area 51. Mercury, Nevada sits just north of Mercury Pass, a major caravan route via the northern route to New Vegas. The closed city was built by the Atomic Energy Commission well over 300 years ago and was the main competitor for Big Empty, the massive defense research think tank of the region. Regardless, the city was locked down by via robotic guards pre-war, which kept many at bay from the site, but this isn't a problem when you have government access codes. With the town under control, our scientists and engineers are welcoming the change from the stuffy Fort Sierra, where they've made their home for the past few years and felt themselves a renewed sense of discovery and drive. All right, we're gonna, at this point, we're going to go through and basically we'll do the autofocus completes because we can just sit here and go through the time But I definitely want to wrap this up series on a good note and make sure we drain every ounce. So for sure, stuff like the Rubicon, like Merlin, Azori, there's nothing here. For blue team and white team, they allow Air Force sabotaging and supply line sabotaging compared to enemy organization from red. We can't do green because we're not purists. Area 22. The Camp Desert Rock during the ancient Cold War and growing resource wars, the U.S. military knew it was going to be operating in a nuclear-scarred battlefield. How right they were. Tactics developed here were instrumental in allowing our forces to initially dominate the wasteland when we first arrived back to the mainland. However, the test didn't account for our lack of numbers, which is what led to the fall of Navarro after the rig went down. Today, however, the site is being repurposed to serve a new group of soldiers and to better prepare ourselves for continued combat in the post-nuclear environment. 20 years of national development as well as ensured this fact. And then Area 5. I want to set the world on fire. While the M42 is developed and tested at Fort Strong for the East Coast, the main production center of this weapon was contained at Area 5 at the Nevada test site. After securing the data, the data archaeologists managed to recover the schematics and plans for the M42 and its corresponding ammo. We now have access to this pre-war treasure and can ultimately put it in production immediately under the aircraft tab. Once sufficient numbers are built, we can arm them in decisions and use them by our commanders in the field. Yeah, mini nukes are good. They're a very, very expensive investment. They're useful to a point, but not really. And Big Empty's done. Let's see. We've got to do Enclave propaganda. I know we missed this a long time ago. What is the Enclave exactly? That's the question I've heard many times when setting up shop in New Reno. What exactly is the Enclave? Why it's the American government hidden away, safely away in a vault off the coast. The Enclave worked tirelessly over the years until a terrorist attack destroyed their dreams of recreating this great nation. There are those who say the Enclave took this fatal blow to never return, its armies and people burning in nuclear fire. I'm here to tell you this is ridiculous. You can't live a dream no more than you kill America. As long as the dream lives on in the hearts and minds of America, so will the Enclave. That is you. That to you is my promise. This is your president signing off. Just gave recruiting ad seems nice. There you go. All right, that's completed. This is completed. Perfect. So previously, I believe we went down to home defense. So we did home defense, civil defense administration, civil air patrol, National Guard. So these are all great, by the way, but I horribly underutilize these completely. And then Army Reserves. Military propaganda is fantastic for mobilization speed, organization, and reinforce rate. Mexican engineering is good if we were doing a heavy robot run. Wartime draft, I don't ever like researching this. There's realistically no point in you ever doing it. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, why? Let's see. We will reform the general staff, get these going. So we'll do a new generation of officers, sacrifice some base stability. Officers by merit. The officers' core reform, so we'll be able to rebuild the Pentagon. So after the Great War, much of it remains the U.S. military, where the elite teams stationed at the key installations and whatever remnants were scrapped up along the way. Over time, the elite individuals form the core of the Enclave military for the next 200 years. Of course, time has a way of changing things. As the elites grew old and the next generation was born, this new generation was trained by veteran elites and the next generation as follows. Well, the system worked well for a small force that was the Enclave. As the Army grows to several thousands, if not million men and women, we need to change. Pre-war, the branch is consolidating training under the Army's training and command doctrine, and many of its records are still intact at Fort Sierra and elsewhere. What's more is we have veterans experienced in the wasteland warfare that can be easily form a cadre needed to restart the old TRADOC and bring forth the next generation of the U.S. military. Military academies, let's go ahead and get that going, and virtual training, which I believe gives us some new decisions here. Let's see. Yeah, restart the Air Force Naval Academy in 200 days. Onto Leggett, and then we can't do this because I don't believe the base is in our control anymore. But that's fine. We'll repair a turbine while we wait. We can't do this because we don't have TLX energy programs, which is fine. Air Mobility Command, we'll go ahead and grab this. There's no event tied to this. Flight School. Nothing can stop the U.S. Air Force. The Enclave has always been masters of the sky. From our very return to the shores of America, we operated vertibirds, allow us to strike the targets with impunity and deploy strike teams at a moment's notice. However, times have changed. With our expanding military, the Air Force is rapidly growing its vertibird fleet, and many wasteland nations are starting to grasp the finer points of flight, even if it's just a glider launched off a Brahmin cart. The Air Force commanders have gotten out ahead of this and begun a recruiting campaign promising wages, technical skill training, and the chance to soar above the clouds in an aircraft rather than slog it out on the ground. We further expanded the scope of their operation, taking on the decisive and pragmatic approach to aviation. Who exactly were bombing with vertibirds? And then realistically, we'd probably go Danger Close, and then the Air Force of Tomorrow. When the Enclave first returned to the shores of America, they had vertibirds as their workhorse. When the Sierra Enclave toppled the NCR, we had prop planes ready to bring the fight to the bear from above. We didn't. We now know we are now preparing to have jet fighters scramble in the air as we begin our march east. Who knows what technology we will have tomorrow? As the president prepared to give a ceremonial pitch at a baseball game, a flight of the Air Force's most advanced aircraft flew overhead, trailing red, white, and blue smoke to the cheers of everybody at the game. The band even struck up the national anthem for the second time as the president smiled and looked up. There we go. All right. Next would be Semper Paratus. So it looks like Coast Guard. A Sailor's Life. The Enclave Navy was always something of a misnomer, as the proud Pacific Fleet was cannibalized until only a single ship remained. Much of the Navy was left over to manning the various defensive systems aboard the rig. Time, however, had changed, and what few surviving naval officers we have are doing everything possible to revamp and restore the Navy. The key to this is it allows men and women to receive the same pay as the Army without the dangers of being strung up and crucified on a pole by the Legion. But of course, the threat of ghoul whales, krakens, and the occasional glowing rad shark means that we can handle any threats on the open sea, but nothing but a 57mm cannon couldn't handle. Exactly. Hey, Giggle. I will go ahead and refund you that, because I want to finish this up, but then I am crashing out. We're way over time. I will refund you that, man. It's just too late for me to stay up. I want to get this done up so I can get this rendered and recorded. So I will refund you that. So sorry, just not this late. Not this late, man. All right, on to Liberty ships, naval reactors, freedom at sea. So getting all of our capital ships, the cruisers, the destroyers. Naval officers, which is great, and then the Dreadnought, the super heavy hull. Shock troops, I will come to the Marines here in a second, but shock troops I don't think have anything. Yeah, we'll get these up just to make sure we don't miss an event. War machines for sure don't have anything as well. New American Titans, I think we finished this up all last time. We never bothered doing this, so that's okay. Cavalry Corps, we unironically have the Slater to thank for this. Warfare old world style. We've returned the most powerful fighting force in North American wasteland, but before the bombs fell, America was a superpower fielding the most powerful fighting force on the planet Earth. Millions of men and women, thousands of armored vehicles made the U.S. military the money juggernaut it was. Post-war, however, our limited numbers meant we had to scale back operations, refine how we did warfare, and of course, those days are behind us. While we will not forget the lessons we've learned, it's time we learn the ways of the old world and bring back the might of the wasteland. And we don't mean the Legion. Portable radios, preferred defense, mechanized forces. Fair enough. Wartime draft. Yeah, we're not going to utilize. So let's go ahead and go Marine Gunners. The rebirth of the Marines. After the Great War, the military was downsized, much like the rest of the government. Branches were nothing more than pins on a uniform, with the Army taking the lion's share of the roles. The Air Force was reduced to piloting vertibirds, Navy operating what few ocean craft were left, and manning the automated systems defending the rig from anybody approaching. The Coast Guard was all but dissolved in the Marines. The Marines fought tooth and nail to survive. Many of their members served alongside the Secret Service, acting as grunts on special missions. Others were in the likes of the Granite Company, who were the primary defenders of the rig. President Granite remembered hearing the stories of Granite Sr., and he himself always felt he had a connection to the few and the proud. It was his distinct honor today that at the headquarters of the former 1st Marine Division announcing the reactivation expansion of the Marine Corps. In an evolving process, Marine attachments will be paired out to active units in the field to develop Marine tactics in a post-war wasteland. These units will gain experience needed to form cadres of future Marine officers, and NCOs will eventually form the backbone of the Marine Corps. Beautiful. The few and the proud. It was my great privilege to preside over the activation of the first Marine units in over 200 years. These were the words spoken by President Grant today at the ceremony of the Marine Corps Base 29 Palms as he presided over the activation of the first standing Marine units since the Great War. Much of the new Marine Corps are to be made up of the Marine detachments that have been serving alongside Army counterparts, as well as aboard naval warships in the past few months. President spoke at length that it was his hope that these units would go on to represent America not only on the forefront of its return east, but also abroad in future missions undertaken by the U.S. The United States to explore the post-war world. For now, however, the Marines are to undertake the missions across North American continent, acting as in between of rank and file Army infantry and the powerful power-armored backbone of the American military. At the same time, Marines will still be attached to Army units to assist in operations and stationed aboard ships to provide assistance in gunnery. Semper Fi. All right, that's everything done here. We finished this doctrine a long time ago. I don't think we're done with everything else here. All that we have left in theory, minus clicking one decision, is doing the Arsenal of Democracy. The Forge of Freedom. Pre-war America was known as the Arsenal of Democracy, and its industrial capacity was unrivaled. Even the Chinese communists couldn't hope to meet the output of the United States during the war. It was only the Great War that brought it to the end. Today, the surviving husks of the pre-war era are still looked at with envy by every supposed post-war industrialist. If we were to reestablish such power, the wastelands would have nothing to stand against us. We could produce weapons and armor by the thousands, while they produce only in the tens. Or corporations like Robco, Westtech, meeting alongside new startups like Van Graffs and Tim Tanks. But of course, there's the fact that very few corporations that drove riots at home and sent the world into the death spiral along with the communists. Long ago, the United States military made everything in-house so we could do it again. Though we would be sacrificing the output when compared to doing it, what we could be doing. The debate among the military commanders is reaching a fever pitch. Let us light the old world fires. Power of the Old World is one of my favorites. So we need to get the Defense Contracting Office, which sucks because, it's not cheap. There is a cost. We'll go ahead and just work through this. So, New World Contractors. Echoes of the old world today. The president spoke today before Congress asking for the legislative body to take a greater role in the military industry. By asking the executive branch, it is the president's hope that the two bodies will create a checks and balances system to prevent America from traveling down the same dark road that once led to the Great War. Senate leaders expressed enthusiasm at this prospect, though military hardliners voiced their concerns that such a process will slow down the military and cause needless death as America's enemies outmaneuver a hamstrung procedural process. We won't make the same mistakes as the past. Old World Contractors. Announced the Old World Initiative aimed at restarting pre-war American industry. We've done all this. The president dismissed the facts, these claims on fact that there is no communist China with which to threaten America. It's true. We're eating a lot of our trade tariffs. So, military attaché, lowest bidder fucking sucks. And then old world factories. We got pre-war manufactories. I don't believe. Oh, okay. So this gives us these. The pre-war industrial facility that just shits out units. And I think it's like dumb fucking expensive too. It's like really, really dumb fucking expensive. It's 12,000. It's actually just slightly more expensive than a civilian factory, but it just produces a crap load, which is just great. King of the High Sea. The Navy for the New World. After the Great War, they atrophied to a single carrier and a few personnel manning weapon stations aboard the rigs. Yep. Already knew this. The Navy's completely cooked. Guns of the Fleet, short. And some guy named Bill or the River Armada. No, some guy named Bill. Some guy named Bill. Bill never had it easy and somewhat of a laughingstock amongst the dockyards and shipbuilders of California. From a young age, growing up among the shipyards and the wharf, he was fascinated by large pre-war ships that littered the boneyard. The large size, imposing scale, how they dominated anything that had been made post-war. Working hard, he took over his father's repair ship business, expanded it with a division he named after himself. Sadly, in the wasteland, that could barely understand how engines work. The idea of a floating giant pre-war battleship was seen as a fool's errand. Bill found some work, but was never taken seriously. Only his family's success successful repair business kept him afloat. It seems that Bill would have put the shutter on his dream, and then the Enclave arrived. They were wanting to restore the Navy to what it was pre-war. This meant Bill was just the man in the wasteland with the capacity to do it. He actually, he was the only one in the wasteland. Bill accepted without hesitation, even when he could have negotiated much higher. When Bill passed away in 2332, he passed away with a man with a life fulfilled. God, he was around for a long time. Jesus. Leaving behind a legacy that was the largest Navy post-war world had ever seen. A true American hero. Good guy, Bill. The Army comes rolling along. Our first few years on the rig were tumultuous time, as many members of the military, used to massive factories and forward thinkers, having everything reduced to a handful of production lines aboard the rig, led to more than one shouting match in meetings and inspections. It took the power of the president and the Secret Service, all they had to curtail the military commanders from executing the production chiefs on the rig. Those days were thankfully behind us. What with the Old World Initiative in full swing, the Army is finding itself basking in the power of the Old World. Factories producing everything needed to wage our war of unification across the continent, but every journey needs to start with a single footstep, and what step shall we be taking? Focus on arms development, realistically, but I can still do vehicle development anyway. Pass the ammunition makes the equipment worse in reliability, but cheaper, and we don't use as many supplies. Just cheaper power armor and infantry equipment again. Power armor production lines, great centralization of that. I honestly, out of the two, I prefer power armor production or power core production for the reliability. This is good, don't get me wrong, but I think it's just better to have more flat reliability, comparatively speaking. While these stats are just kind of just stupid, disgustingly good. But realistically, it doesn't matter. Power armor optimization, breakthrough speed, power armor refinement. It's not uncommon to encounter forces wielding power armor. Not even the Brotherhood of Steel and the Raiders have shown to scrap together bits of metal and scavenge parts to create crude approximations of power armor, even though these are usually reserved for leaders or warlords. Settler militias have occasionally have a few suits of power armor in their ranks, often an elite squad who train day and night. Larger entities like the NCR, the Brotherhood, can field companies of power armor troops in the battle, acting as vital armored fist in combat. But we're the Enclave, the remnant of the United States. We invented power armor. It is by this right we can field it like no other. Many others use it for their elites. Our army can issue it to the rank and file, meaning every unit can come equipped with power armor, and power armor is our weapon. The Wasteland would know well to remember that. And then make our day. Shock troopers. Just a scant few weeks before the Great War, the Army perfected the M42, known as the Fat Man, the perfection of portable tactical nuclear support on the battlefield. Units were quickly shipped overseas, and it can be argued that these shipments that broke the Chinese line around Beijing, even as much as the B-51B suits, or the T-51B suits. Now, America again calls on the M42 once again to break the backs of those who wish to see it snuffed out, be it the bear, the bull, the demon in Seattle, or whatever lies beyond. Well, commanders have had access to a limited number of M42s and the corresponding ammunition we could develop. The Fat Man was never meant to be used as a strategic weapon. It was meant to be used directly on the battlefield. After several months of work, we managed to reverse engineer enough scavenged Fat Mans to begin rebuilding them. Yeah, but we kind of already have the tech from Area 51, so it's fine. Next on the list is rebuilding the arsenal. Where industry once was, we took a look at the wasteland. One will see a decaying husk, the remnant of what once was. Crumbling buildings crumble, towns decay, and while some places like the NCR made efforts to restore the ruins of the old world, much of it remains as it was for 200 years. Well, no longer. With the old wasteland initiative at our backs, we will successfully transform the wasteland from a sea of ruins back into the monuments of success they were in the pre-war years. It may take years, decades even, but we'll get it done brick by brick, board by board, beam by beam. Let's get back to work. Rail lines. Let's get some rail lines going. Standardized building plan. Yeah, the problem with doing these is it eats at your consumer goods pretty damn badly. So yeah, you can absolutely do these if you want to rush the kind of like the eco of it, but it is really, really expensive. Soaring into the blue. For the longest time, the Air Force has been nothing but our vertibird fleet. For a while now, that was all we needed. The wasteland didn't have aircraft, and the versatile vertibirds could transport troops to combat and gun run anything that posed a threat to the Enclave operations. Now, however, things have changed. The NCR Air Force was born as a direct result of the Enclave vertibird scare, and the Brotherhood made several inroads into the aircraft production. What is to say, further east, we don't encounter enemy who is capable as we are in flight, but that is all speculation. The Air Force right now is divided into two camps. On one hand, many more traditionalist components want to focus on ground attack, bombings, close air support. Others, more forward-thinking members, want to ensure the mastery of the skies and put an effort into our air superiority. While we can address both, we can only focus on one for the time being. Realistically, it doesn't matter. We'll focus on bomber production. Air production, we will get Skunk Works from Lockreed, which is beautiful. We will streamline Le Vertibirds. And we will do the Peacekeepers in the Sky. And get the Nike Zeus missiles, which I think is literally just a median thing. Yeah. Like some we already had. And the ICBM. Jesus. Don't worry about the ICBM. It's fine. But I think that's it, realistically. Let me double check here. So all this is all done. Minus wartime drafts, which you don't need. This is all complete. This is all complete minus the Luke incident, but there are little buddy, so that's okay. This is complete. This is complete. This is all complete. We are basically done. Let's double check any additional decisions we might need to make. I think we're pretty much it for this run. Yeah, we're done. Let's unpause to make sure I'm not going insane. We'll let a day tick over, but I think we've done it. Mexico has been restored. Honduras has been restored. The U.S. has reclaimed its rightful place with a weird bit of border war. Canada has retaken its dominion and reestablished its core self, is growing its military, its troops, and doing its own thing. We've restored countless facilities, countless air bases. We've rebuilt the nuclear system. Like, we have done above and beyond. America is awake and alive. We have our new generation of plasma weaponry, our original Mark II advanced power armor with some disgustingly broken stats. I think it's time for us to hit the button and put a close on this saga. This is probably one of my favorite series I've done to date. I love Old World Blues. I love doing Hoi 4 content. I love Fallout, as you guys know. So why don't we click the button to say who lives and who dies, who tells your story, and go through the final chapter of this Old World Blues Enclave Reborn Redux epilogue. Oh, apparently it decided not to give me the last of it here. Gannon would serve as the mayor of New Vegas for 2 terms before retiring to practice medicine in Freeside. He would continue to complain that his partner made him carry too much when he went camping until his dying day. Edie, play Party of the USA. And God bless America. I want to thank you guys so much for taking part in watching the series, enjoying the series. This has been like my first attempt to come back to Old World Blues content and Hoy content in general in quite a long time. I'd love to do more of it in the future. I'd love to get feedback on where I can improve because let's be real, my editing style is complete shite. I'm still trying to get that shit down. But I will say this has probably been one of my favorite series slash videos I've recorded in a long while. It's been fun to do your power trippy nonsense, even after we had to quote unquote diverge the timeline and restart the run. But I am thankful for you guys' support. It keeps me going. Seeing the views we're getting, the likes, the comments, all that stuff means the world to me. And I want to keep creating content that people are going to enjoy. Even though, yes, I have a voice that doesn't even fit for fucking radio, and I'm arguably a shitposting VTuber whose chat is the equivalent of feral raccoons, minus a few innocents in there, and they know who they are. But it's come to that time. It's the end of the series. As for what's happening next, who knows? Potentially a purist run. Potentially we'll do Republic of the Rio Grande, maybe the NCR. There's plenty of content in the Midwest as well. The Republic of Three Rivers. There's a lot of potential content in this mod, and I really want to shout out the developer behind Old World Blues, Enclave Reborn Redux, because especially given the situation and those who know what happened with the original mod, let me tell you, it is fantastic the amount of effort and progress that goes into it, being what he's been putting out. And I just want to say, keep up the good work, man. This is one of my all-time favorite mods for Hoy in general, and I mean that's up there with like TNO, Kaiserreich, road to oh god, what was it? Road to 56. God, I'm stuttering. But yes, it's that time. The series is at its end. We've reached its conclusion. The United States has returned to the best of its ability. We've restored Mexico under its rightful rule. We've restored Canada under Queen Victoria VI, and even Honduras has joined the fold after conquest of the South in dealing with the coffee barons. So stay safe out there, folks. Hopefully, if you've enjoyed this content and you're looking forward to it, please let me know in the comments below. Please feel free to hit the subscribe button. It helps me out greatly, shows me on the algorithm that you guys are enjoying it, that you want to see more of this content, and I'm happy to put it out in the future. But until next time, folks, we'll see you in the next series. Potentially Old World Blues, maybe the East Coast. Who knows? But for now, enjoy your day, your night, your afternoon, whatever. And we'll see you in the next series. Adios, everybody. And that is the death of a series at midnight exact. The footage has been recorded. We're done. The game will be saved for one final look back. And it has reached its conclusion. We finished all the content. We finished every focus. We're free. Okay, probably shouldn't be looking at that background. As for you folks, I will see you all in the next stream tomorrow. We'll be doing some Peak with Bath potentially. If not, we'll be doing some other stuff. You end with the original 5 armies you started with. I know, dude. Poetic. So I will see all of you tomorrow. Same time as usual. If all goes well, we'll be playing some Peak. Keep an eye out for the video at some point. I've got to upload it here soon. Probably over this weekend to get it all finalized and done up.